live streaming home of the PWBA Tour, and we ask that you do not live stream from your personal devices. All right, athletes, press those check marks. Your arrows will come up. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a great send-off for round one of the Pepsi PWBA Louisville Open. Good luck, ladies.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bowl TV's live coverage of the 2019 Pepsi PWBA Louisville Open from Executive Strike and Spare right here in the heart of Louisville, Kentucky. I am Daniel Farish, filling in once again for Emil Williams Jr., who, as most of you know, is home on dad duty. That's right, if you didn't know, he and Shanice had their baby boy on Tuesday night. Everyone's happy and healthy, probably not full of rest, as I've heard is what happens with a newborn baby, but congratulations to both of them. And I have seen I'm one of the lucky few to have seen a picture, and he is as cute as you might imagine. He looks exactly like his mother. Good morning to everyone in the chat. I'm going to have to scroll up. I'm going to call everybody out because you guys were at least vocal before I was. Of course, we've been here since about 8:30 this morning. And one of the things I noticed, something I preach to young players all the time, when you're going to get to a bowling tournament, when you're going to get to a tournament, get there early. Don't get there late. Give yourself time to prepare. And by the time we had gotten here at 8:30, I had already seen, let's see who was here. Megan Sapansky was here. Stephanie Johnson was here. Who else did I see? Summer Jasmine was here. So I saw a handful of players. Caroline LaGrange was already here. That got here super early in preparation for the second elite event on the PWBA schedule this year. Of course, the first was last week in East Hartford, Connecticut. That title picked up and taken home by Shannon O'Keefe, her third title of the year, only player this year to win multiple titles. Defeated Birgit Poplar in the final. In the championship match, Birgit won the PTQ last week and turned that into a runner-up finish, which means we will now look at yesterday's PTQ here at Executive Strike and Spare. Ashley Galante came back after the small summer break. She skipped the Hartford, Connecticut event last week. Started doing some double sessions at home with her personal trainer, trying to get, maybe not get back in shape, but stay in shape and maybe even get into a better position physically. And bowled a PBA men's regional last weekend, which helped her stay on top of her moves and stay sharp. And she came out and went plus 103 for 8 games, a 212.88 average in the PTQ yesterday here at Executive Strike and Spare to lead. Caitlin Simpson and Summer Jasmine tied at 79 for second place. Megan Zapansky, Kimi Rampone tied at plus 31 for fourth. And then filling out the remainder of the top 9 that advanced to today's main event: Caroline LaGrange, Erin McCarthy, Christine Gill, and Taylor Boltice. Now, the most interesting name on that list, of course, Erin McCarthy. The defending champion of this event, held last year at Fern Valley Strike and Spare, about 15 minutes away from where we are here at Executive. Erin was in the top 24 in points going into East Hartford. As we've talked about, these elite events, the top 24 are guaranteed a spot inside the 3 elite events: East Hartford, Louisville, and Orlando. But the point standings are a living, breathing document, meaning that if you were inside the top 24 in East Hartford and you fell out after that event, you would have to bowl the PTQ in order to make the main event and fill out the 32 bowler field. Erin McCarthy, one of 3 players who missed the tournament last week. She fell outside of the top 24, knowing full well she would. Work responsibilities kept her from being in Connecticut. So she had to bowl the PTQ yesterday, and after 5 games, Aaron Smith and I were talking here in the booth. And we said that at this point, you know, she's kind of got to go 100 over the last 3. She's got to shoot 700. And Erin starts the day, all these numbers begin with a 1. 76, 91, 92, 59, 86. And then all of a sudden we look down and she throws the back 7, game 6 for 236. Then she starts out the next game, split 5-bagger, spare double, shoots 241, and then shoots 227, throwing 4 of the last 5 the final game to get in at plus 8. The cut was -1. The cut was Taylor Boltice at -1. She shot 236 the final game. A big double in the 9th and 10th got her there, as the next closest player, 1 spot out of the cut, was Haley Richard at -7, only 6 pins out. Brandy Branca, our runner-up in the Hartford Regional just a couple of days ago on Sunday, well, I guess 5 days ago on Sunday. Brandy was inside the cut with a game to go, shot 156 the final game. I believe she had 4 splits down on lanes 49 and 50, and she fell outside of the top 9, not making the main event. The only player in the top 24 in points who is not with us, one of the same players that was not with us last week, and that is Sherry Tam. Shayna Ung was also joined Sherry and Aaron as the 3 players in Hartford who were not there. But after last week, Shayna fell outside the top 24 in points. Neither her nor Sherry had planned on making the August Elite events. So no surprise there that they were not here. All right, now I've got some work to do. Y'all acknowledge me enough, and I wanna spread the love. So, good morning, Chris, Brenda, Brant. I already talked to Brant. That was a wasted good morning. Tabitha, Roderick, Michelle, Bonnie, Jennifer. Who else we got? Who else we got in the chat this morning? I don't think I've missed any. John Goodman. John Goodman, the actor? Thomas, Deborah, Charles, man, Jasmine, still scrolling. Gregory, Sacramento, okay, West Coast, I see you. Sherry, one of my Louisville people, yeah, Alyssa. And Christopher, all right, I am caught up. Yeah, Chris, you mentioned that you heard some of the players on their social media talking about they expected to see some low scores. I know that DZ, Diana Zavyalova, was one of them. I talked to her shortly after practice, and that was right before her social post. So she kind of told me the same thing that she put on social media, that throughout practice, just watching the other girls and the other women out there compete, that they expected to see some low scores, that it was hard to find the ball motion you wanted. The pattern was tight down lane. But as I look up and down the house right now, Liz Johnson, spare 3-bagger over on the far lane. Again, 4 channels here on Bowl TV today. All competition lanes are covered on the channels, so you will not miss a minute of action. Very good Poplar right in front of us, runner-up last week, front 5. Over to our left, Megan Zapansky, player from Illinois who was a standout collegiate player at Bellarmine University here in Louisville. Spare 3-bagger. Sandra Gongora, spare 3-bagger. Valerie Bercier, split 3-bagger. Down on 33 and 34, make that a 4-bagger. So they may say that they think scores are going to be low, but I liken that to when I'm watching a Formula One race. I'm a big race fan. Gotten into Formula One the last 4 years, I would say. And you'll hear a driver towards the end of a run on a set of old tires say the tires are going away. And the commentators always talk about, you know, is that really the driver complaining that his tires are going away, that he's losing grip? Or is he saying that to kind of trick his opponents behind him to think that he's not as fast as he is, as he could be? So when you hear the players that are talking about, the scoring pace is going to be low, you know, is that really their opinion? Or are they saying that to try and get in the heads of some of their opponents and trick them into thinking, oh yeah, you know what, I think maybe the scoring pace is going to be low too. So when I'm shooting 190 the first game, I'm going to think it's a good game. And then all of a sudden you look to your left and your right and you've got 4 players that are 240 plus the game one, and you're like, oh, okay, well maybe the scoring pace isn't going to be as low as I thought. Taylor also in front of us. Gultice, spare 4-bagger. So we are seeing some strikes out there, but then you look to your left, Tanya Rumapir, 2 splits. A couple opens between Danielle Liz Culkin and Erin McCarthy. But we learned yesterday it'll take a couple games before you see the true scoring pace, and maybe what Diana saw was just for her, because through 5 frames over on 43 and 44, she has went split strike, split. All those splits coming on the left lane. Two very uncharacteristic misses here by Giselle Pass early on. I forget the single pin she missed in the third, but she missed it by quite a ways, and then shoots the 4.67 right there and completely misses the 4.7 by a margin that is a lot for a professional player. Yeah, Sydney Brummett, front 5, 9 count right in front of us. Michelle, I say it, I call it like it is. You know, I would say the same thing about, I will not say anything about these players that I would not say about myself. Now, I will phrase it in a nicer way because, as we all know, we are always our biggest critics, as we are our biggest defenders. But, you know, we bowlers will typically use language in our heads about ourselves that we would never dare say out loud. Zapansky over to our left has continued her striking ways. Spare 5-bagger. She'll be up in the 7th following Erin McCarthy's frame. Jurgen Poplar front 6 right here on 39. She's already pretty deep. And got that a little wide, but in practice, early on in practice, she was already on top of third arrow. Oh, no, I know, Michelle. No shade at all. I know. It's all love here in the chat. Unless you miss a single pin, then I'm going to rip you. Nice spare by Taylor. Anyone who's ever watched any kind of bowling telecast ever has heard that 3-6-9-10 is the toughest non-split conversion on the pin deck. Although I don't know if I'd rather shoot 10 3-6-9-10s or 10 washouts, with the washout not being considered a split. Danielle McEwen, one of the players that uncharacteristically struggled in East Hartford last week. I'm looking to see quite a bounce back between both her and Liz Johnson. Both players toward the bottom of the standings, and it's not something we are used to seeing from those two. So again, hoping to see some kind of bounce back. Nice conversion by Verity Crawley on a 3-10, a couple pairs down. Taylor's got, watching her in practice, she's got really good ball motion down lane, and the ball's hitting really hard. I noticed in East Hartford that she used a lot of surface early on, and she appears to be doing the same thing today. The trick for her is going to be, once that ball with a ton of surface goes away, oh, Missy Parkin, give her hits, come on. Leaves the washout, the 4 falls into the 2, 2 falls into the 1, and all of a sudden you're looking at a strong 10-pin. But the trick for Taylor is going to be recognizing when that ball with a lot of surface is burning up and is just absolutely done. The tricky part is not so much noticing that, because the ball will show it to you quite obviously. But the tricky part is going to be going to something that's a pretty drastic thing to do, is use that much surface. I don't know the number that's on the ball, but it just looks like a lot, just visually. And the trick is going to go from something with that much surface, that extreme, to something a little tamer, and making that's quite a big jump to make. No, Gregory. Well, I can't speak to the fact that it is or not, because I don't know. I think Tennille and our Kegel representatives are the only ones that know for sure, so I can't speak to it on fact, but it wouldn't make sense that it was, and just watching the ball motion, I don't think it is. Yeah, Brian, I watched Shannon Plahowski spend quite a lot of time in the practice session yesterday playing in around third arrow. Her urethane up the outside just did not look good enough. That's a terrible break by Sydney Brummett this year on 41. Between the 8 players on our 2 featured pairs right here, only 4 opens. 3 of them splits, 1 by Shannon Plahowski, 1 by Giselle Poss, and 1 by Sydney Brummett. And then the missed single pin by Giselle. Some pretty good bowling. This is the best pair of bowling in the house, or the best 2 pairs, actually. And that is a terrible break by Missy Parkin. I mean, you're going to hook into the 2-4-8 anyway, but for the 4 to get moved off that far, it is possible if this is a longer pattern, it is possible for that ball to hook into the 2-8, but not have enough momentum to get the 4. Like it looks worse than it is, but you still don't want to see it. And the surface on that bowling ball is what just saved Taylor Bultice on that shot. She got the ball a little bit right, but it had so much surface on it that it read the track area and just stood up immediately. Good spare by Missy Parkin. If Taylor doesn't have that much surface on the ball, she's probably looking at a 2-4-8-10. Yeah, Brian, that's kind of where they're at right now. But I would imagine that once the back ends start to tighten up, if they haven't, nice washout conversion, Shannon. If they haven't started to tighten up already, once they do start tightening up, I would like to think that these breakpoints are going to get moved into around, you know, Danielle's already in there, 12, 13, 14. Now, if the track area opens up, then they may be able to keep that breakpoint a little further right because they'll be throwing it out to the track area. But if it doesn't, then yeah, they're going to be in 12, 13, 14. You already seen right there, Brianna. Good shot, got it out to about 9-10, and it just labored on the back part of the lane and leaves a flat 10. Beer gets crossing about 18, out to about 11 on that shot. She's looking to be in the 270s here, game 1. Looks like somebody on the far end. Clara looks like she's on 268 pace, 267 pace going into the 10th. So possible 267 for Clara. Megan Zapansky can double the 10th to get into the 250s. After back-to-back splits, Tanya Romapier can punch out right here to our left for 230. Danielle's in the 230s. Birgit's already in the 260s. Taylor can get to the 240s. Sydney can get in the 230s. Same with Missy Parkin. Oh, got that one a little wide. Off to our far right on the final pair, 45-46. Liz Johnson in a position getting up in the 9th. She can punch for 260. Our PTQ winner from yesterday, Ashley Galante, through 8 frames, 2 strikes, 2 splits, no doubles. Up in the 9th, pacing at 168. The way these modern day oil patterns have been playing, it's weird to see a lefty leave a bucket or have their ball crossing right of 10 because they can typically find a way to either throw urethane or resin, you know, outside. And that's kind of where they like to stay. Because as they start migrating, if you know, and Brian mentioned it, if they start migrating in, that means that typically it means it's a longer pattern. And if the lefties are moving in, that means the righties are already in. So then you run into an issue as a left-hander that you're crossing the ball path of all those right-handers, and you're in the middle of all that traffic. So I don't blame them for wanting to stay further left. If I could, I would play further right all day long. But it doesn't look like Shannon thinks that's the case right now. Chris, unfortunately, I don't have the pull to get whoever I want into the booth. I wish I did. Maybe he has that pull. But now, if they walked into an iHeart radio station here in Louisville, I could get them on air, no problem. Because I've got pull. I don't have pull here. Not yet, anyway. Nice start for Danielle McEwen. Nice start for Birgit Poplar. Taylor Bolti, this whole pair. Giselle rebounded from the two bad frames in the 3rd and 5th to throw presumably the back 7, definitely the back 6 to get into 220s. Looking up and down the house. Let's see, who's that? Maria Jose Rodriguez, 245. Sapansky's going to be in the 240s, assuming she converts the 10-pin, which she does. Of course, the high scores on 39 and 40. 220 from Sydney Brummett. Possible 220 from Missy. Liz Johnson can get in the 240s, so some high numbers to start out. Michael from the nice. Welcome, Michael. Reminder of our format, 32 players, 8 games this morning, starting at 10 a.m. Take a small break, 8 games at 5 p.m. for a 16-game total. We will take the top 12 to advance to tomorrow morning. Pins do carry over. Those top 12 bowl 6 more games at 10 a.m. tomorrow for a 22-game total. And the top 5, based on that 22-game total, will advance to the live stepladder finals on CBS Sports Network at 5 p.m. tomorrow night. Don't get it mixed up. Last week we were at 5:30 in East Hartford, but here in Louisville, tomorrow, 5 p.m. on CBS Sports Network. Just a warning. There is, I forget what event is on CBS Sports Network before us, but they warned that it may run long, just a little bit, but they would not cut into the PWBA telecast. We would just get pushed back a little bit. So no fear, if that event does run a little bit long, you won't be missing any action. We will be aired in our entirety. So no concerns there. Now's that time in the bowling center when game one is done and everybody is so quiet. Well, minus Jordan Richard and Julia Bond. But everyone's making their turns. All right, we begin game two. We see some players all throughout the house making ball changes, not liking the motion they saw from game one. And in order to make ball changes, you've got to be able to purchase bowling balls. You've got to have those balls in your arsenal. When you buy bowling balls and equipment from BowlerX.com, you're getting more than the lowest prices and free shipping. You're supporting the future of bowling. BowlerX.com gives more back to the sport of bowling than any other retailer. BowlerX.com for the love of bowling. BowlerX.com sponsoring the PWBA Orlando Open to be held at Boardwalk Bowl next week. That's right, just 7 short days away. Not wishing away the Louisville Open quite yet, not looking past it, but in 6 days, we will, well, I guess in 5 days, we will be in Orlando. In 6 days, the PTQ, and in 7 days, we'll be right where we are now, game 2 of that tournament, sponsored by BowlerX. But right now, it's the Pepsi PWBA Louisville Open. And we have scores on the ticker. Take a look and see if we have any up on the internets. Chris, I don't think they are limited. I know that they are allowed to only bring 6 out of the paddock. Tennille Milligan, our tournament director, said if she's feeling nice, she might let them bring out 9, but they have to take all of their bowling balls with them from pair to pair. You can't leave them behind. But yeah, 6 to 9 is how many they can bring out of the paddock, but I don't think they're limited as far as how many they can have on site. I can, let me confirm that with Tennille if I see her walking by in the next couple of minutes, but I know they can have 6 out of the paddock Tennille will let them bring out 9, but they must take them all with them. Birgit Pulper leads at 268. Maria Jose Rodriguez, 245 in second place. Megan Sapansky, third at 243. Clara Guerrero, fourth at 243 as well, so tied for third. Liz Johnson sitting in fifth at 235. Danielle McEwen in sixth at 234. All right, everybody, Jennifer's listening now. I got to start talking nice. Can't be mean anymore. Taylor Bultice in seventh with 226. Giselle Poss in eighth with 222. Sydney Brummett in ninth place. Also with 222, Tanya Rumapir in 10th with 220. 11th held down by Brianna Cote with 216. And your cut right now, after one game, Missy Parkin with a score of 213. Take a look at our featured pairs this game. Sandra Gongora, Josie Barnes, Verity Crawley. Yeah, it's fine. Excuse me, and Caitlin Simpson. And over to our right, Tanya Rumapir, Liz Culkin, Erin McCarthy, defending champion, and Megan Zapansky. Good morning, Francis. Welcome back to the chat. Good shot by Josie, bounced back from that 7-10 over on 40. Thought that was a good shot. The 7-10, I mean the strike was obviously a good shot, but. All right, scores are up online as we speak. We've already given you the top 12, with Missy Parkin being the current cut line at plus 13. Rounding out the top 20, Sandra Gongora plus 11, Dasha Kovalova and Valerie Bercier plus 9, Kelly Kulik plus 2 or plus 6, Verity Crawley plus 3, Josie Barnes plus 2, and then a three-way tie in 19th position between Caroline LaGrange, Shannon Pluhowski, and defending champion Aaron McCarthy at -8. In a field this small and this strong, there are always names to note that might not be in the top X of the standings. But just a few to look at. Ashley Galante, after one game, sitting in 32nd with a 155. So try and turn that around after her really well bowled performance yesterday in the PTQ, winning that. Diana Zavyalova, whatever she saw yesterday, talking about the lanes being tough, translated to today, at least for her. Shoots 170 the first game, and last week's champion Shannon O'Keefe, 172. Dawn, I will get somebody over there to check that out right away. Michael, I've got to say, the synthetic lanes in here have brought scores up on the house shot in leagues, but I miss the wood lanes. And you all have heard me say this if you were listening last week or yesterday. I love wood lanes. It's what I grew up on. Fern Valley Strike and Spare, where this tournament was at last year, had just put in synthetics. They were the last house in the city to get rid of their wood, not get rid of, but cover up their wood lanes with synthetics. And they did that just a few months before the tournament. But the wood here at Executive was something else. It was, Mike Dole, I know you do. Mike Dole made had a couple good derby tournaments, let's put it that way. But yeah, I do miss the wood in here. Nice spare by Sandra on what I call the super bucket. Aaron and I had a good conversation about that at the Super Senior Classic. I've always called the 2-4-5-7-8 the super bucket. I forget what he called it, but we did a poll in the chat, and the chat sided with my preference of calling it the super bucket. You've got the 2-4-5 is the bucket, the 2-4-5-8 is the full bucket, and the 2-4-5-7-8 is the super bucket. I'll tell you two people who are full of it right now, and that is Kelly Kulik and Danielle, or is that Danielle or is that Aaron? Danielle McEwen are full of strikes midway through this second game. Danielle on the front 6, Kelly on the front 5, stepping up on lane 36 in the 6th. Kenneth, you're right. There are bowlers of a certain generation that will never see wood lanes, and I hate that. Good shot on the bounce back after leaving the super bucket. Sandra splits him with a strike. Kelly Kulik on that front 5 leaves a 4-pin. So the only string left in the house to start a game is Danielle McEwen down on 43 and 44. And she will be up in a couple of shots. She's following Birgit Poplar and Taylor Bultheis. Michael, if you talk to anyone that is sensible about bowling, they will tell you that the perfect combination is synthetic lanes and wood approaches. That is, I'm not sure what Liz Johnson just made down on 33 and 34. Let's see if I can flip over on the channel. Oh, Liz converted the 6-7-10. Very nice. Oh, wait, no, you said synthetic approaches and wood lanes. No, 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 no. No, 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 gosh, no. If we've got wood lanes, give me wood approaches as well. Yeah, there are a couple places in Louisville that have what I call hybrid approaches, and they're not bad. They've got the good and bad qualities of both wood and synthetic. They slide like wood, but you know, when it gets humid out, and if anybody knows anything about the weather in Louisville, Kentucky, or this area of the country, the humidity can be as high as the temperature sometimes. They do get a little tacky, but not as bad as a true synthetic approach. Danielle McEwen on front 6 down on 43. That shot's left, but it holds. High flush front 7, Danielle McEwen. The only problem we would ever have with wood approaches is right after they cut them. Right after you resurface the lanes, if they cut the approaches, man, you would be sliding for days. And I don't mean like the approaches will be slippery for a couple of weeks. I mean like you would start sliding on your first shot on Monday Night League and still be sliding 3 days later. I mean, they were slippery. But in today's world of interchangeable soles and heels, that shouldn't be a problem. There you go, Michael. Yep. Soles and slides, there's always a way around tacky approaches or slippery approaches. Tanya, after spare 5-bagger, stepping up on lane 41. Tanya 220 the first game, getting out to a big start here. I was about to say, Brian, if they turn off the AC and it rains, how in the world can you slide? Danielle McEwen, front 7. Boom. 4-pin falls straight back. Front 8. Down on 43 and 44. This is the point where you open up multiple tabs, mute every other channel, and watch Danielle do her thing. But I know you die-hard Bowl TV viewers have already got 4 tabs open, watching each of our 4 channels. Just based on some of the reactions from the crowd around me, you know, last week in Connecticut, we were only about 2 hours away from Schenectady, New York, which is where Liz Culkin hails from. She had a large crowd there supporting her, and it appears that the local player, if you would, that has support from the region is Sydney Brummett, coming to us from up in good old Indiana. Born and raised in Fort Wayne, went to school in Wichita State. But Fort Wayne about, oh gosh, I haven't been to Fort Wayne in so long. Maybe about three and a half hours. Let's see, what's Google tell me? Hey, 3 hours and 37 minutes. How about that? All right, Danielle McEwen, front 8. Stepping up on lane 43. Nice shot, Caitlin Simpson, 4 in a row. Liz Culkin taking a run, 2-4-8. Oh! Wiggles the 8, can't get to the 10. Ball looks good. Wrap 10 for Danielle McEwen. Good shot. It wasn't quite as far in as the last 2. I thought the last 2, I thought they were a little tighter, like mistake shots, not she was playing that tight, and they both held, and that shot looked to be on line and just wraps the 10. Outside of a split, Caitlin Simpson putting together a very nice game here on our featured pairs. Verity Crawley rolls the 2-8, gets the 2 forward. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Verity and DZ squared off in a very spirited air hockey match yesterday. I know Diana had Double A-Ron take video on her phone. I don't know if she put it on her social media at all. I know that I put up a couple pictures I took on my social media, on Instagram and Facebook, and even Twitter maybe. But Diana won the first match of air hockey 7-4. And I know they played a second game, but I don't know who won. Oh, Liz Culkin gets that ball just a little bit right. Same result as the last shot. Only this time the 8-pin is not standing. Stay out there, ball. Yeah, Megan did not like that shot off her hand. And sometimes the best thing you can ask for when you miss right like that is don't beg for the ball to come back, because the minute that it listens to you, it's going to come in either behind the head pin and leave you something like a 2-4-8-10, like what Liz was looking at, or it's not going to quite get back, but it's still going to jerk at the end of the lane and wash out. So sometimes you just want it to, okay, lay off, roll out, go straight, hit the 3-6, leave me a 1-2-4. Let's get on with it. I'll take my 7 spare, 8 spare. McEwen flush strike in the 10th. No doubt she'll be in the 270s. She's in the 260s right now. Shannon O'Keefe bouncing back after a 172 the first game. She can get up and double the 10th. for a possible 236. Kelly Kulik, front 5, 4-pin, 3-bagger. She can shoot 270. She just shot threw her shot in the 9th. And nothing going on the left end of the house or really to our right, minus Danielle. So fortuitous carry for Verity Crawley here in this game, back-to-back shots. Of course, that shot, a lot more textbook of a strike than the 2-8 that she rolled the previous shot. But you know what? You need those kind of hits in this game. .276 for Danielle McEwen, strike. Probably a ball change. It was a ball change, yeah. She was throwing a green, an emerald IQ, and she switched to, I can't tell what she switched to, but definitely made a ball change in the field. Hooked a little sooner, a little harder. Needs a split. 276 plus 110 after 2 games. Tanya had a great game going, splits the 10th, 222. Come on. And see, there's the bowling gods evening things out. She rolls the 2-pin. She kind of wall slaps a 5-7 and then stuffs a 9-pin where the scout on the deck doesn't quite roll it out. Caitlin Simpson nabs the first one in the 10th, looking to double to get into the 250s. Hold. Just barely gets the 4 out. Caitlin 168 the first game. This is a much needed game for her. Liz, better shot, kept that one more on track. Hooks a little harder on the back end than she might have wanted. Leaves a 4-pin, gets the 9 out. Verity Crawley, nice, 245. Puts her at plus 48. Birgit Poplar follows up her nice 268 with a 231, plus 99. Area check shot from Caitlin Simpson, doesn't have the area. A little high. Nice 254 for Caitlin Simpson, gets her on the plus side of even, plus 22. Kelly Kulik got the first shot in the 10th. Now she's up in the 11th. Ball off her hand right now, far left side of your screen. Light pocket hit, can't get the 7 to fall. She'll shoot 268. That'll put her at plus 74. Two more shots left on our featured pairs, and we will wrap up game 2 and head to game 3. Already a quarter of a way through this morning block. It's amazing how quickly time flies when these players are throwing a ton of strikes. And that will do it for Game 2 right here on our featured pairs. I've got a question for everybody. Have you been tuning in to Bowl TV and want some inside analysis on the latest happenings in the bowling world? Listen in to Bowl TV Central, where the Bowl TV crew recap and preview the biggest events in bowling. And when it comes to women's professional bowling, it does not get any bigger than the PWBA right here on Bowl TV. I'm going to step away for a minute, get some water, take a small break. We'll be right back with Game 3 of the 2019 Pepsi PWBA Louisville Open from Executive Strike and Spare right here in Louisville, Kentucky on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. All right, back at it here. Game 3 of the 2019 Pepsi PWBA Louisville Open right here on Bowl TV from Executive Strike and Spare in the heart of Louisville, Kentucky. Take a look at our featured pairs this game. Liz Johnson, Jordan Richard, Ashley Galante, our PTQ winner from yesterday, and Julia Bond. Over to our right, Clara Guerrero, Kelly Kulik, Shannon O'Keefe, and Summer Jasmine. Summer joined me in the booth Friday night for the final 3 games last week, and then throughout the regional stepladder on Sunday. Quite a pleasure to have her in the booth. A very fun conversation, enlightening conversation. Learned a lot. And Michelle, I've got to apologize because I was just scrolling in the chat and I clicked on your name and I actually silenced you for like 5 seconds. So if you try to type anything, it said you couldn't. I'm sorry. My bad. Christy, welcome in. Awesome. For those of you that don't know, Christy Vanderside, formerly Christy Spears, standout player at Bellarmine University. One of the girls that I grew up bowling here in Louisville with. Kentucky All-Stars, bowled against, kind of with and against in college. Different schools, but same era. A player that you give Christy about a month to work on her game, and I'd put her right there in the thick of things in that PTQ yesterday. There's the Liz Johnson we're used to seeing. Looks like scores have been updated on the board, not quite updated online yet. Good shot by Ashley, minus 66 after 2, but oh, Summer Jasmine. I know it's just 1 pin of count on the big 4, taking out the 4-7-10 like that and leaving the 6, but hey, quality effort. Yeah, Ashley, our PTQ winner from yesterday, still 14 games. Time is out there, but with the scoring pace kind of shooting up the way it has, Danielle McEwen, our leader, at plus 110. Birgit Poplar in second place at plus 99. Third place, Kelly Kulik, following her 268 the last game, is at plus 74. Maria Jose Rodriguez, our 5th place finisher from last week's TV telecast, at plus 55. Megan Zapansky in 5th at plus 53. Verity Crawley in 6th at plus 48. Liz Johnson in 7th at plus 46. Tanya Rumapir in 8th at plus 30. 42, plus 42 for Tanya. Clara Guerrero, plus 34. Brianna Cote in 10th, rounds out the top 10, plus 31. And your last 2 players currently inside the cut with 14 games left. Sydney Brummett in 11th at plus 29. And in 12th, Sandra Gongora at plus 24. Yeah, Michelle, we did on it. I did say Saya's name correctly the first time. I think with all the unusual names I came across at Junior Gold, I was probably batting about 70% on correct pronunciations. I'm glad Saya was in that 30 or in that 70%. One player that I thought had a great feel throughout practice yesterday. I was able to watch quite a bit of practice yesterday evening or late afternoon. And one player who, if I had to put a stamp on it that I'd say they were going to make television, was Dasha Kovalova. She got in town early. I think she came straight here from Connecticut. Uh-oh. Shannon O'Keefe in the gutter. I think with as deep as she's playing, she had to have hit her ankle. I'm going to watch on replay on my laptop. She did. Oh, yeah, she definitely did. She hit that ankle pretty good. She hit it hard enough to buckle it at the approach. That's one that I don't blame her if she takes a minute after that. I did that Sunday in the Kentucky Open a couple weeks ago, and it's something that off to our right. Kimi Rampone backdoors the 6-3-1. Yeah, hitting your ankle's never fun. And very rare, even at this level, that after you smack your ankle like that, the next shot is going to be, right on course. And of course, her second attempt at the full rack was not 7 count. But going back to what I was saying about Dasha, watching in practice yesterday, I mean, she was just all over the pocket. Looked like she had a good feel for what the pattern was doing. And this was later in the block, or later in the practice set. And after 2 games today, she's +5. But this game over on lane 38, she's currently on the front 4. So as they start to dry out transition, I know it's easy to say this about the reigning queen. If the lane's transition, I don't think she's really going to score well. But in a field of 32 this strong, I wouldn't hesitate after what I saw yesterday to pick Dasha out as a player who was going to make the TV finals. All right, scores up online have been updated. We'll give you a rundown of the top 20. Already talked about the top 12. We'll give you their names, you know their numbers, and you can see them on the scroll as well. Danielle McEwen, Birgit Poplar, Kelly Kulik, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Megan Zapansky, Verity Crawley, your top 6, your bottom 6. In that top 12, Liz Johnson, Tanya Rumapir, Clara Guerrero, Brianna Cote, Sydney Brummett, and Sandra Gongora is your 12th place cut at +24. Just outside the top 12, inside the top 20. Caitlin Simpson following a monster 254 game. Defending champion Erin McCarthy, last week's champion Shannon O'Keefe, Josie Barnes in 16th. Tied with Diana Zavyalova. Dasha in 18th, Stephanie Johnson 19th, and Shannon Pluhowski in 20th. No, Brian, she did not fall, but I guess I don't know what my ankle looks like when I hit it, because it's rare that we do hit our ankles, and when we do, we're not looking at our ankle. But a nice recovery on the strike, but when she hit it, I mean, it buckled her foot, and it moved her foot a good 5 to 6 boards to the left. So she smacked it pretty good. Nice shot there on 39 by Julia Bond. She is one of 4 players that will be featured on the August 24th, 5 p.m. airing of the GoBowling.com PWBA Regional Showdown. That event will be taped next Saturday in Orlando following the Orlando Open. And it is a special made-for-TV event trying to promote the regionals that were held this year, 4 of them, held in conjunction with some of the national tour stops. The winners of those 4 regionals would advance to this TV finals. Of course, Julia won 2 of the regionals, which means the 4th and final position was given to the highest earner on the earnings list of those 4 regionals, which was Kayla Bandy. Elise Bolton won the first regional in Cleveland. Julia won the next 2 in Lincoln, Nebraska, and in California. And then, of course, our 4th regional last Sunday, right there at Silver Lanes in East Hartford, Connecticut, won by Gigi Mason. So Gigi, Julia, Elise, and Kayla will square off in the GoBowling.com Regional Showdown, to be taped next Saturday and aired on August 24th at 5 p.m. on CBS Sports Network. Julia, a 4-time member of Junior Team USA. "15 medals in 4 years. 9 of those were gold medals picked up at the 2014 and 2015 Tournament of the Americas. Good golly gee. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that regional showdown in Orlando next week. I know as a broadcaster I shouldn't, and I really don't have a favorite or a rooting interest, but I can say that I've been friends with Kayla Bandy for, gosh, going on 14 years now, and it's always a smile and a hug when I see her. One of the best personalities out here on tour, and she's one of the players that I love her dedication to her college team, and her college team has had success because of not just the players' dedication to improving their games and working as a team, but because of Kayla and what she does, not just recruiting, but coaching, game planning, and just doing all the things that a coach does behind the scenes that people don't know about. And I would love to just say, okay, Kayla, I'm going to give you 6 months. Well, maybe not. I'm going to give you 3 months to just work on your game and get as absolutely sharp as you can be. And I would love to see what she could do out here on tour like that. Michelle, I don't know. Let me message Aaron. Maybe he can speak to that. Yeah, I think anyone that meets Kayla Bandy is a friend of hers. I mean, she's just so outgoing, great personality. You know, it's a very rare moment to ever see her without a smile on her face. Of course, we're all competitors. We all have our days where we just have bad days in the lanes. So we've all been there, you know, even Kayla, but it's rare. One of the friendliest people out here. And Michelle, I've reached out to Double A Ron to see if he can provide some insight to that, to the Rookie of the Year race here on tour. Now Jordan Richard up on 40, clean through 6. Minus 34 after the first 2, however. That ball just dead stopped when it got to the dry. Which really, if you find the dry, that's a good thing. Now it's just about getting your feet in the right spot. But she's got to make a big move based on that shot right there. Maybe even a ball change, because that was a very aggressive move that ball made. Maria Jose Rodriguez inside the top 5 in 4th has been spare 7-bagger over on 43 and 44. Dasha had the front 6, left a 3-6-10 in the 7th, and almost chopped it, but she did convert it. She came kind of bouncing off the foul line in a way that would suggest the player thought they were going to chop it. Rodriguez, as soon as I talk about her, wrap 10 in the 9th, still looking at a possible 250, pacing at 240 towards the end of this game. Dasha just off to our left on 38, balls off her hand now. She's moved in a little bit. Quality shot struck in the 8th. Look a little further down the house. I see a couple of players that can get into the, let's see, 210, 230, a couple players to see 230, 240 range. Looking outside of our featured pairs right here, of course, Dasha, possibly getting the 270s. Sydney Brummett looking to get the 250s. Wrap 10 just now in the 9th will derail that effort. Brianna can get in the 240s. There's still some good scores out there. We are seeing them. The bottom of the field is starting to drop from where they were. But the top is still staying pretty strong. Danielle, coming off that 276 game last game, is looking to convert a single pin in the 9th. She can max out, I believe, in the 2-0 range. Powerful strike by Dasha. I know it's off camera, but what I just saw there is similar to what I saw through our practice yesterday. Odd leave for a right-hander, 3-6-7. Liz Johnson right here. Maria does strike out off to our right for 258. Oh, you never want to open the 10th frame, especially on a double, and you never want to miss a single pin. And to combine those two into one effort, definitely not how Ashley wanted to end that game. Those are some bold words from you, Brian. Calling that already in game 3. Of course, I said that about Dasha, so I guess I can't criticize too much. Brianna Cote off to our left, 247. Good game. Sydney Brumman, 234. Dasha's already into the 260s. We mentioned Maria Jose Rodriguez, 258. Verity's at plus 74, 226 that game, so plus 74 for Verity. Dasha packs another one in. And if it wasn't for her getting one shot a little left in the 7th, it just took off in 3-6-10. And I know we could say that about any 270 game if it wasn't for that one frame. But she has power packed the last 4. Oh, Jordan Richard paralyzes the 5 pin. Oh, Kelly. She'll get that one back. And that shot in the field ball in the 12th will wrap up game number 3 here on our feature pairs. And while we have a break in between the action, be sure to stop by the lab and check out Stephen Padilla, USBC Director of Coaching, as he provides his knowledge and tips to help you improve your game in his new series, The Coach. Stephen and wife Brenda, before they shared the same last name, but while they were still together at the Open Championships in, oh man, I hate that I started this and didn't, in 2011, set the doubles record at the OC and just absolutely smashed it. I believe it was in Reno that it was in Reno that year, because Reno was 10 and 11. $15.66 between the two of them. Oh no, it was in Las Vegas. Excuse me. It was in Las Vegas at the Cashman Center. The last time that the OC was held at the Cashman Center in Las Vegas before moving to the beautiful South Point Bowling Plaza. I take that back. It was in 2009. Yeah, 2011 was Reno, but they set that record back in 2009 when she was still Brenda Edwards. Steven shot 760. Brenda shot 776. Wow. All right, we are going to take a quick break here, come back for game 4, and introduce you to the players and instructions. Let's take a look at them right now. Caroline LaGrange, Christine Gill, Diana Zavyalova, and Dasha Kovalova on 39 and 40, on 41 and 42. Julia Bond, Jordan Richard, Ashley Gallant, and Liz Johnson, as everybody just moved one pair to the right that game, their jumping procedure. After game 1, they moved 2 pairs. After game 2, they moved 3 pairs. After game 3, they moved 1 pair. So they jump all over the place. Got to keep the players on their feet. We'll be back for game 4 here on Bowl TV of the 2019 Pepsi PWBA Louisville Open. Right here, bowling lives here. right, welcome back, everybody, and welcome Hassan to the chat. Just now hopping back in. Glad to see he's in with us. Take a look at the standings after 3 games. After a 1-game absence from the lead, Birgit Poplar jumps back into first, shooting .245 for a .744 the first 3 games, plus .144 Kelly Kulik. .268, .246 her last 2 games to get to plus .120. Maria Jose Rodriguez plus .113, Danielle McEwen plus .103, and Dasha Kovalova, following her .276, is plus .81 and in 5th position. Verity Crawley plus .74, Brianna Cote plus .68, Sydney Brummett and Megan Zapansky tied at plus .63 in 8th position. Liz Johnson in 10th at plus .62, Sandra Gongora and Clara Guerrero tied at plus .48 in 11th and 12th, respectively, a .216 average. Just outside the top 12, inside the top 20, Shannon O'Keefe at plus .32, Stephanie Johnson and Taylor Voltice tied at plus .24, Caitlin Simpson plus .22 in 16th, Tanya Romanpier plus .20, Erin McCarthan plus .9, Diana Zavyalova plus .4, and holding down the 20th position, Josie Barnes at plus .3. Looks like one pair off to our right. Clara on the front 5. Look down to the left side of the of the house. Don't see anything. Christine Gill, of course, right in front of us on the front 4. It's left a target, and it was 3-6. Yeah, Hassan's scores are higher than the players, at least some of the players thought they would be. The one person who expressed, I don't want to say concern, but thought that there was a chance they could be lower was DZ. And DZ is sitting in 19th at plus 4 after the first 3. So certainly some of the doubt that she experienced yesterday has crept through to what she has seen today. However, some of her competitors not feeling that same doubt. 4 players over plus 100 after 3, so 4 players shot 7 or better. And 20 of the 32 players in the field are plus. It's amazing how these players, looking at DZ's last shot here on 40, it looked, and I haven't seen her throw a shot in front of me yet today, so I'm just basing this off of a general bowling perception, but it looks like the ball was left off her hand at the arrows, but she still projected it to the right and still got it to her break point. Kenneth, that's you're taking you're limiting your options there. Players who have already won this year. Josie Barnes won the Greater Cleveland Open. Shannon O'Keefe has won the Twin Cities Open, the Tucson Open, and last weekend the East Hartford Open. Jordan Richford won in Lincoln. Dasha Kovalova is our reigning queen. Shayna Ung, the Sonoma County Open champion. Sandra Anderson, the Fountain Valley Open champion, and Danielle McEwen, this year's Women's Open champion. So you're saying that one of those, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, one of those 8 players, excuse me, one of those 7 players is going to win. I'll take the other 25, just because the odds are better. Clara comes off her string of front 5 with a split in the 6th. Look further down the house. Verity Crawley was on 279 max score through 7. She splits just now in the 8th. DZ right in front of us, spare 5-bagger. Seems she's gotten settled on this pattern. Oh, Jennifer, I had my jinx was founded deep in the bowels of South Pine Bowling Plaza. I just happened to bring that black cloud with me over here to the PWBA. Diana going for a 260 game, stepping up in the 9th. Pocket 710. You couldn't ask for worse luck than that on a shot like that. Having not seen her bowl much today, I would like to say that four-bagger by Jordan Richard in front of us is probably her longest string of strikes of the day. She has struggled to find any kind of consistency with her ball motion on this pattern. And you hear us talk a lot about ball motion when we're talking about players. Oh, Ashley Galante bends the 4-5 into the 7. Because as commentators, you know, we're not throwing the ball. We can't assume how well they are or are not physically throwing it. We operate under the assumption that, you know, these are the best in the world and that they are competing at the best that they can at this point in time. Certainly, where you are physically, your mental outlook that day plays a huge part in how you perform. But as bowling has evolved over the last 5 to 10 years, bowling balls are becoming more and more important in the hands of the players. And it's more about matching up with the right equipment. Shot making is still the number one thing. Let me stop before I say that. Shot making is still incredibly important, but bowling balls are more important now than they ever have been. Back in the day, if you had the wrong ball in your hand, you could manipulate it with hand position, ball speed, axis tilt, axis rotation, whatever variables you can affect personally. Whatever adjustments you can make, you could use those to try and find a ball motion with the ball you were throwing that you wanted. Nowadays, I don't personally make a lot of hand position changes. I just go from ball to ball, and that's not the way that I would want it to be. That's not how I grew up learning the game. But 3 years ago, and it's funny I say this because I just saw a post I put on social media 3 years ago on Facebook. 3 years ago, there is no way you would have caught me with a urethane ball in my hand on a short pattern. I mean, back in the day, I could throw resin on the gutter and average 250 for a 6-game block. But urethane entered the game. Or I guess came back in the modern day. And for a couple of years, man, you would not have caught me throwing urethane. I was bound and determined to force resin to work. And finally, I said, you know what? I can't. I got to throw urethane. I drilled up a couple of urethane balls, and I've been highly successful in short pattern tournaments ever since then. So, just because we don't like where the game is going at one point doesn't mean that we're not going to come around to it or realize, hey, this is where it is. This is how bowling is. And that's kind of the way that you look at, you have to explain the two-handed style to people. Look, you might not like it, but it's where the game is going. More kids now are obviously two-handed, more kids now than ever. And I'm not going to tell a kid, no, you can't throw the ball two-handed for risk or fear of that child saying, okay, well, if I can't bowl the way I want to bowl, I'm going to quit. Hassan, I thought the same thing. I thought that my rev rate wasn't high enough, but I drilled up a couple of urethane balls and threw a couple at some demo days and learned, hey, this urethane allows me to play the lane straight the way that I'm really good at playing the lane. The ball motion is easy to understand. It's simple. I can make ball speed changes throwing urethane that you really can't make so much with resin anymore. So now I can't throw it on some patterns that other guys can, but on those same patterns, those guys aren't scoring at a clip where I can score with resin. Yeah, short patterns these days, if you're bowling any kind of competitive bowling tournament on a short pattern or a lower volume pattern, and you're going to be playing further right, you almost have to have a urethane ball in your bag, no matter what these days. Oh, Dasha, don't hurt the 10 pin when you knock it over there. I mean, the fill ball would have only cost 1 pin on count, but hey, you still don't want to miss a single pin. A couple scores from around the house, looking up and down. Let's see what we got. Valerie Versier bounces back from a 5-split 138 game to shoot 228 this game. Clara, front 5 split. She's going to throw the back 5 to get into the low 250s. Of course, right here, Liz Johnson, 248. Jordan Richard, 225, her highest game of the day by 1 pin after shooting 224 the previous game. DZ, despite that 710, it just still hurts my heart. Can get into the 220s here. Sydney Brummett, another solid game. 237, puts her at plus 100. And Danielle McEwen bounces back after a 190 following her 270 to shoot 247. For those of you just joining us, we have just wrapped up Game 4 of the first 8-game qualifying block here at the 2019 Pepsi PWBA Louisville Open at Executive Strike and Spare in Louisville, Kentucky. This is the PWBA's 5th trip to the city of Louisville. 2nd year in a row. Of course, last year we were at Fern Valley Strike and Spare. Erin McCarthy, our defending champion, and despite the fact that it was the 4th visit by the PWBA to Louisville, Erin McCarthy was only the 2nd champion in this city, as Michelle Feldman in 1998, 2000, and 2002 absolutely owned this city when it came to the PWBA Tour, winning all 3 titles in Louisville. Up next on our featured pairs, Tanya Rummenpier, Liz Kulkin, Erin McCarthy, Megan Sapansky, Birgit Poplar, Taylor Bultice, Danielle McEwen, and Giselle Poss. Well, I see you all in the chat talking about Jennifer and Alyssa bowling the PTQ and the regional next week in Orlando. If you yourself are interested in bowling on the PWBA Tour, register now for one of the PWBA regional tournaments. One more left. That will be Orlando next week. For more information on all the different cities the PWBA will be visiting and more information on the PWBA itself, go to pwba.com. Jennifer, you have just absolutely broken my heart. That is just, oh, that hurts. And Ray, while they don't release the patterns to the players during these elite events, they do have a 90-minute practice session the day before qualifying begins to try and figure out what they think the pattern is, or at least maybe not what it is, but how it's going to play on the fresh, how it plays on the breakdown. So while they might not release the pattern, they do get a 90-minute practice session. As you can see, scores updated on the ticker at the bottom of the scoring screens. Not updated online quite yet. Tempura style mozzarella sticks. Well, you will have to absolutely have to point me in that direction. I've got a chicken quesadilla waiting for me well, they're cooking it right now because I need something warm. Because it's chilly in here, which is how it should be. Can't stress that enough. If the spectators are cold, that means the competitors are comfortable. I don't even know what a Wawa is. They are amazing. Best sandwiches ever. Okay, well, I guess when we're in Orlando next week, I've got to hit up a Wawa. See what this is all about. Now here comes the food discussion. Yeah, In-N-Out, I spoiled myself at In-N-Out my 3.5 months out in Vegas. I ate there probably more often than my arteries would have liked. can't say here in the Midwest we don't have Sheetz or Wawa's, but my girlfriend, who is originally from Maryland, used to work at a Sheetz. When she first told me what it was, I had no clue what she was talking about. So I'm glad that y'all are keeping me up to date on the good on-the-road eateries out there. Speaking of on the road, great segment yesterday with A.A. Ron alongside Stephanie Johnson and Missy Parkin, handing off advice to our man Emil Williams Jr. and his lovely wife Shanice for the not upcoming but now in this world birth of their baby boy E3. I'm sure that'll get loaded up on the Bowl TV feed pretty soon. But great conversation, great advice from Missy and Stephanie about not just being parents, but how they handle being parents while on the road traveling, because as you know, we are out here just as much as the players are, and we travel just as much as they do. So some advice for E and Show, Shanice, we call her Show, on how to deal with E being on the road and what to expect. See, Chris, I like canes, but only for the cane sauce. Like, if you just give me the chicken without the cane sauce, I mean, it's good chicken, but it's not gonna, blow my mind. But you get the cane sauce, that's where it's at. All right, take a look at some Game 4 scores. 4 scoring 7 years ago. Birgit Poplar maintains her lead. She was 236 that game. This is a plus 180. Danielle McEwen second at plus 150. Maria Jose Rodriguez 117. Kelly Kulik 112. Liz Johnson eclipses the 100 over mark at 110. Clara Guerrero just sneaks over that mark at plus 101. And Sydney Brummett dead on 100 over in 7th place. Verity Crawley plus 95. Brianna Cote plus 86. Megan Zapansky 78. Dasha Kovalova 75. And then quite a drop down to 12th place. Shannon O'Keefe at plus 38. Tied, actually, with Jordan Richard on the cut line at plus 38. Tanya Romanpier plus 32. Diana Z. Zavyalova plus 31. Caitlin Simpson plus 29. Stephanie Johnson and Sandra Gongora tied at plus 26. And rounding up the top 20, Josie Barnes at plus 22. And Liz Culkin, your first player minus at minus 5. Chris, I've got to tell you, so last night the girlfriend just picked up a part-time job working the to-go area at Texas Roadhouse, and she brought home some dinner and brought home rolls. And as we all know, one of the best parts about Texas Roadhouse is everybody wants all together cinnamon butter. That's right. Well, she did not bring home any cinnamon butter. We got canes probably a week ago, and she said, "Oh, throw the extra cane sauce in the fridge. We might use it." So last night, as I was eating my steak, I was dipping my Texas Roadhouse rolls in cane sauce. Let me see. Let's see. DZ at plus 61. No, Brandon. I enjoyed sleeping in my own bed. Didn't want to have to sleep on the couch or book a late hotel room, so I happily accepted the free food that was brought to me at 10:30 at night. Don, to your point, let me see what the ticker says up top. The scroll on the scoring on the screens is pulling directly from the player's game. It's not inputted in any way, shape, or form. It's all coded. So that number is pulling directly from the scoring monitor. So what we see up there is more apt to be correct, while the standings online are from the scorekeepers who turn in the score sheets. So if up there it shows DZ at plus 60 or at plus 61, that is more than likely correct. All right, a couple updates to bring you all from around the house. Dasha Kovalova down on 45 and 46. Double 8 spare, 6-bagger. She has a 278 game working into the 10th. And down to our left on 33 and 34, Shannon O'Keefe, front 7, 8 spare strike in the 9th, working on 278 as well going into the 10th. Sandra Gongora with a chance to be in the 240s, pocket 710 in the 10th frame for 214. And now Liz Culkin left a 4th arrow, almost near 5th arrow. Trying to shoot 259 right here in front of us after Tanya shot 235 to get to plus 67. right, well, as we wrap up Game 5 and head into Game 6, quite a few high numbers out there. Neither Dasha nor Shannon O'Keefe threw their first strike in the 10th. Both players spared and got decent count in the fill, so both players in the 250. Some high scores, but not as many high scores as what Earl can bring us. And that's right, Earl is back for a second season. Stay tuned for more information as we continue Earl's journey to 900 right here on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. And I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. The day that I ever shoot 900, which I hope is never, because if I do, I'm done. I'm leaving the bowling balls on the rack. I'm walking outside in my bowling shoes because there's nothing more that I could accomplish. But seeing as how I don't think that's going to happen, I do plan on bowling well into my golden years, as they call them. One of the great things about these elite events, one of the many great things, is the fact that everybody pretty much wraps up each game at the same time. Which means as far as scoring updates go, we're not waiting last minute. You know, we're not halfway through someone's Game 5 or Game 6 or Game 7 waiting on another pair to get done so we can update scores. These players know almost instantaneously where they're at in the standings. Again, a discrepancy with Diana's numbers after Game 4. The online standings had her 30 pins lower than what the ticker at the bottom of the screens up top has. That number is correct. That number pulls directly from the scoring software. Everything online is from score sheets turned in by our scorekeepers, our volunteer scorekeepers here at Executive Strike and Spare. But once again, everything is double-checked and verified at the end of the block, so no doubt that all those numbers are correct, or will be correct at the end. Looks like these last 3 games, I'm going to be joined here in the booth by none other than the man, Double A-Ron, Aaron Smith. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good, Daniel. How are you?
I'm halfway full, working on this chicken quesadilla in front of me.
This is true. You are rocking. This is happening, folks. It's real. I briefly tuned in for a moment and did hear you talking about this, so I'm glad you weren't lying, A.
No.
But B, I'm very happy you're staying well nourished because you're still a growing young lad.
I am. One of the, I guess, perks of living in your, of working in your own city, as I'm doing this week, is I have errands I have to run during the break. So instead of eating lunch during our break before the 5 p.m. 8-game block, I will be running home to let the dog out.
Which begs the question, who let the dogs out? And now we know it's you.
It's me.
This all came full circle, folks.
And let's just hope the cat doesn't sneak out as well, because she did that this morning at 4 o'clock.
Well, that sounds awful.
It was. Try chasing a cat through a parking lot at 4 in the morning in nothing but a pair of basketball shorts and no shirt. And that was me. Oh, and no shoes. Yeah.
I could have gone the rest of my life without that story.
We have a 6-month kitten that loves to get outside. So yeah, I was running shirtless through the parking lot of our apartment complex. Thank God it's not December.
All right, I think I've added all I can to this broadcast now, so good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
That was quite a... Came in hot with that one.
You didn't know what you were walking into.
I did not. I was pleasantly surprised by that tail.
So I know with your busy schedule and all the list of responsibilities you have here with the PWBA and the USBC, I know you don't get to watch a lot of online action, but have you been able to today? And if you have, what have you seen?
I've been trying to keep tabs. We're actually not too far away. We're kind of set up behind lanes 43 and 44 right now, myself, Curtis, and JT. So it's one of those things where, yeah, I've been trying to keep an eye for, knowing this moment was probably going to come up at some point, and I think the one thing that was very evident from the get-go was that this pattern pushed players left quick. So even kind of in game 1, game 2, you know, in between 3rd and 4th arrow, looked up a few times to see players now left a 5th arrow even. So that's kind of been my one takeaway, but it appears it hasn't slowed down the scoring pace at all, which is, you know, hearing from a few folks, it sounded like they thought it might be playing a little bit tougher today. But kind of taking a look at the standings and seeing some of the scores out there and just kind of glancing up game to game and seeing some strikes up there, it's that these deeper angles and more extreme angles aren't necessarily slowing down the striking here so far through 5 games.
Yeah, and if I had to guess, you know, the pattern will be released during the TV telecast on Saturday, 5 p.m., CBS Sports Network, be there, be square. If I had to guess, the distance is probably maybe like 44, but it's a lower volume. And by the way they've been chasing it in, I would expect to see like a block that you know sticks up from the middle of the pattern. And that's where the hold is. And they have been just chasing that hold in. But the back ends have stayed pretty clean. You know, that right there, that flat 10 that Verity Crawley snapped, that half 10 that she snapped out, you're not going to get that hit if the back ends aren't clean. So even if it's a longer pattern, I think the volume's lower, and they've just been chasing the hold left. And like you said, it has not slowed down the scoring pace. DZ was one of the players who mentioned on social media yesterday about she thought the scoring pace might be a little lower. And I don't know if that worked against her, but out the gate, she goes 170, 230, 190. So compared to her competitors, her numbers were lower. So she finally got it going. Game 4, 227. I didn't see what she shot game 5. I do know that the ticker up there, I don't know if you know this, is correct. Her numbers online are incorrect. She's 30 pins lower online than what we have up on the ticker. So where the discrepancy is on those 4 games, I'm not sure. But tournament director knows. As I told you all, they verify and double-check everything at the end. But that's not something that I ever want to do as a player, is hit a practice session and then immediately form an opinion, oh, the scoring pace is going to be low. Because I go into the next day and let's say I bang out 190 the first game and I think that I grounded out and I'm okay, you know, that's okay. And if I wasn't paying attention to the scores around me the first game, you know, I'm going to miss Birgit Popler shooting 268, Danielle at 230, Maria Jose at 240, Liz at 230, Clara at 240, Megan Spansky at 240. So all of a sudden my 190 doesn't look that good. But yeah, she wasn't the only player that expressed, I don't want to say concern, but an opinion on the scoring pace being lower. But they've been chasing the hold in. They've had fresh back ends, it appears. And the top of the field's making the right ball changes and the right moves. And the scoring pace, you know, halfway through the block, Birgit Popler led at 245 and the cut was 209, but 11th and up were north of a 218 average.
Now Daniel, being a local to Louisville here, is this typically been, and I know synthetics, I believe you said 2 years old now, give or take?
2.5, yes.
2.5 years old.
Yep.
Is this something you've seen where a lot of patterns have kind of forced players left? Has this typically been a house where you're going to do that? Has it been historically more of a up-the-boards type place, or?
Historically speaking, the break point here on the wood was always between first and second arrow. The house shot is played there. The Derby tournament, which has been here, I think this year was the 70th year of the Derby tournament, which for those of you that don't know, it's basically a long format, or a long-running like city tournament, singles, doubles team, like nationals. It runs from March until July, or April until July. But even Derby tournament, when they ran a modified house pattern, it played between first and second arrow. When they put the synthetics down, that's where it started. That's where the house shot started, was between first and second arrow. But as these lane beds have kind of settled, we started to see patterns play longer in this building. Even the short pattern that we bowled on the Kentucky Open, I threw a urethane ball up the gutter all night, but it didn't. The back ends didn't hook as much. The middle of the lane didn't pick up as quick as you expected for the pattern we were bowling on. And then any medium to long pattern in here, you're starting left of second arrow and just moving in, because if you get it right, you're just wave bye-bye. Say bye-bye, ball. You're gone. But
he actually waved bye-bye when you said that. Daniel likes to use his hands when he talks.
I do.
It was a good wave, though. I felt you knew you weren't seeing it again. So,
no, you don't.
Or not for a long time.
You know you're not going to see the ball until it comes back to the ball return about 15 seconds later.
All right, conversely with that, since we're picking at your brain here at the moment, as we see these players get farther to the left and those angles continue to get steeper, are we going to run out of lane for a few of these players with 3 games left to go?
We have seen some players on top of fifth arrow, but the players that are gonna venture in that far, I believe, have the ability to loft it to get it out there on the lane a little bit. So instead of moving left of sixth arrow, we may see a couple of players kind of stay on top of fifth arrow, maybe a little bit left of fifth arrow, but put a little loft through the heads. 5-6 feet, just to help scoot the ball down the lane a little bit. But if you're a player that's in that deep and you don't have that trick in your bag, absolutely. You're going to come to a point where you're, letting go of the ball. You feel like you're letting go of it in the left gutter. So you're going to have to find a ball that's weaker, a smoother surface, maybe some polish, amp up your ball speed, try and circle it a little bit at the bottom to try and help push it down the lane to where it's not digging in the lane so early. But all these players have the skills that will help them accomplish that. It's just about which ones can go to their B game quicker and execute it on a higher level than the others.
One player we've seen over the years who definitely does not mind getting to the left, Maria Jose Rodriguez, 39 and 40, still looking for that first strike. Joined by Valerie Bercier, Kimmy Rampone, and Stephanie Johnson. Over on 41 and 42, Verity Crawley, Caitlin Simpson, Josie Barnes, and Sandra Gongora. As we talk about players moving left and hooking the ball and all that jazz, at the top of the standings, now tied with Birgit, Hall of Famer, legend, Liz Johnson. Her and Birgit both at plus 178. Danielle McCune plus 151. Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 141. Dasha Kovalova plus 128. Kelly Kulik plus 124. Clara Guerrero plus 114. Megan Sapansky plus 101, Shannon O'Keefe plus 94, Brianna Cote plus 92, Verity Crawley plus 81. Right now the cut through 5 games, now available online as well. Sydney Brummett plus 79, first player out, Tanya Ramenberger. plus 67.
One player I'm surprised about that we haven't seen.
Oh.
Maria, good shot. Her scoreboard is still looking for its first strike, but she just threw a strike right there.
Yeah.
I mean, she physically threw a strike. One player that I'm surprised we haven't seen higher scores out of today that can get left and has a release that will allow her to carry the pins from a wide pocket is Jordan Richard. And I've kind of watched her a little bit today, and a lot of players, when they struggle getting the ball to hook. They're having issues with the ball getting to the pocket. Jordan today, the shots that I've watched, it looks like she's battling a little bit of overreaction, which is odd to see at this level. Usually players don't have that problem. They can manipulate the ball. They've got the right surfaces or drillings or the balls dynamically themselves that will help get down the lane. But she looks like she's having issues all day trying to get the ball to go 60 feet. That's not something you expect to see. One of the things I was watching for today, and I said this earlier, I'll go back and find it if I have to, because I want to prove that I want to say I was right, but I was looking for this, is I wanted to see how Liz Johnson and Danielle McEwen were going to bounce back from what I'm sure they would deem as terrible performances in East Hartford. They never looked good last week. They never looked matched up, never looked comfortable. When I say good, I mean comfortable. They didn't look comfortable on the lanes. And as you mentioned, right down the standings, Liz tied for first and Danielle in third. So glad to see them back up top. And really with this, as strong a field as this is, there are plenty of names that you're going to say, oh man, I'm surprised to see that bowler in that position because the field is so strong. And of course, if someone has to be first, someone has to be last. Well, those are two people that just stood out to me last week, watching them throughout the 16 games on Friday. So I'm glad to see them towards the top of the standings.
Looks like Ashley did get number 7. We're going to alert Curtis. I think you got my text message. So we saw Danielle have a rough tournament to kick off the 2019 season over in the greater Cleveland area, over at Yorktown Lanes. And she quickly shook that off and then went on a nice run of essentially, you know, you kind of look at the different tiers of these tournaments, and making the top 12 is kind of, you know, obviously, you know, stepladder appearances, very important. Championship round appearances, whatever you want to call them, that's how you win. But Danielle essentially put herself in position to win every week after that before she eventually did at the U.S. Women's Open. So last week, you know, it's kind of a similar situation almost, where I'm sure, you know, still plenty of time on the lanes competing, various events, practice, you know, the routine doesn't change. But, you know, walking into the season, she had a rough start. We had a little bit of a break here on the PWBA Tour, heading into East Hartford, and at the same time, not as good as she would have liked it to be, but coming back strong. She had the front
8.
8.
Front 8, wrap 10. Oh, that was a good shot too.
That was Curtis's fault, by the way. She said, I want to get the 9th one, but should I let her get the 8th? Because cameramen do cause bowlers not to strike. Fact, proven by science.
Yep, and Jennifer made the comment earlier. I was talking about a player or two and some strings, not 300 strings, but like, you know, spare 5-bagger or strike spare 6-bagger, some strings they were on. And as I started talking about them, they missed. And she said, oh, you know, Daniel's developed the jinx. And I said, no, my jinx was forged in the fires of South Point Bowling Plaza. I just happened to bring that black cloud with me from South Point to the PWBA Tour.
It really never goes away.
Well,
You just have moments of sunshine here and there.
I've already mentioned Ashley, so I can't jinx her at this point. But she's on front 7 right now.
She is up on the approach. Once again, you can watch that far left of your screen. She's going to be on, what's that, 36?
Yes.
So you'll be able to see the ball track right there.
Boom. Boom. Good shot. Of course, Ashley trying to do what Birgit Poplar did last week and turn a PTQ leading performance into a televised finals appearance. Birgit did that, and I believe, if I remember correctly, Birgit needed to finish top 3 to earn herself into the top 24 in points. She was 5th going into the last game on Saturday morning, and then fired off 268 to jump to the number 2 seed, which guaranteed her a finish no worse than 2nd. So she not only turned her PTQ win, I guess in a way, into a televised finals appearance, but also earned herself into the top 24 in points, which means she did not have to bowl the PTQ yesterday for this event.
And I think, and I would not be surprised if that happened each week out here. I think those games, those competitive games on the environment, even though the pattern, as far as we know, is different, just helps. Just get your feet underneath you.
Ashley up in the 9th. Can't go without saying Liz Johnson across from her. Front 4 split next 3. Ashley balks a little bit, steps off. Gonna rethink that shot. But Liz Johnson tied for the lead and can strike in the 9th to give herself a chance to shoot 266 this game, coming off of a 268. Birgit's down on the far end. She can punch for 236. She's only through 7, however. So it looks like we will have, they will at least break that tie. I will go that far. I won't say we'll have a new leader because Danielle McEwen still in her game with 280 going into the 8th. And Ashley missed in the 9th, 3-6-10. Good run by Ashley Galante. Oh, Liz, a little wide, little wide. Just outside the cut, looking to jump in. Stephanie Johnson right in front of us. Strikes pair 5-bagger up in the 8th. 280 would go a long ways towards helping that. A little bit of loft. I don't know if she meant to or not. Wiggles the 10, can't get it to fall.
Our guy CJ in the chat. It was a good run though, CJ. So definitely, definitely appreciate that. Hope everything is well. Steph will have this 10-pin to run down here in frame number 8. Daniel, did you talk about the party at all yesterday?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Every time I mean to, I get jumped onto something else, so by all means.
Okay. So it's been in the works for a few weeks, from what I've told, and Josie Barnes here on our featured pair. Is expecting, her and Kyle, expecting their first child in the next few months here. And, the players here on tour wanted to throw her a little surprise party, a little surprise baby shower. And, this was going to be the week. So after the practice session today, our always always tricky tournament director, Tennille Milligan, called a mandatory players meeting in one of the rooms, and essentially it was all set up, ready to go. We had to do a little distracting on our part. We had to roll on it as well. So we borrowed Josie for a quick interview for a couple of minutes, so everyone could get there and get set up, and then we headed over there as well, and pretty awesome to see the support here from the players on tour in that situation to make sure everyone is, you know, it is a family environment out here for sure. So that was pretty cool to see. Excellent of all the players themselves to pitch in for that as well. So
yeah, it was. It was.
It was very, very cool.
And for as much as bowling is an individual sport, and it is all about you, the player, it's, you know, you do have your teammates across the brands. If you're an EBI player, a Storm player, Brunswick, Motive, you have your teammates that are under that same moniker. But when the lights come on, you're really worried about yourself. And for a sport that's so individualistic, every player was in that room for her. You know, off the lanes, most of these players and most of the bowlers I know at the next level, they're different off the lanes than they are on the lanes. And they showed that in that next door at the VIP lanes here at Executive Strike and Spare, a separate little 16-lane or 10-lane center, kind of like a party area where they held it. They all showed that. Everybody was supportive and you know, happy for Josie and gifts, and everybody hung around. Some players had the Pro-Am coming up, but they pushed their schedule a little tighter to be there for Josie, so it was awesome to see.
I believe we have trivia, young Daniel. Brant is yelling at us.
He is. Okay. Well, we've got trivia coming. I don't know what the trivia question is, so we're just gonna have to find out.
Oh, you do know the trivia question.
I do?
Because it's always, or usually based on the city we're in. So.
Well, I might know the answer, but I don't know the actual question.
Oh. This is true.
And with my, you know, with our live stream, you know, the actual feed on the laptop about 20 seconds behind what we're actually saying, I'm not going to see the question until Brant pops it up. So I'm on pins and needles just waiting, just staring at Brant, waiting for him to, there it is. Oh no. I covered this not too long ago.
We'll see who is paying attention.
Name the winner of the first PWBA event held in Louisville, the 1998 PWBA Lady Ebonite Classic. Michelle Feldman, Wendy McPherson, Liz Johnson, or CDB, Carolyn Doran Ballard.
It's a strong top four right there.
I mean, you got some HOF right there.
There is definitely some HOF potential. And some current already.
I like that, Chris. Paying attention to Daniel. Thank you very much. That makes one of us, because I don't really listen to myself very often.
I was going to say, I'm glad there's at least one.
You're sure. Well, as soon as I talked about Liz Johnson's possible 260, she opens the 9th, spare strike in the 10th for 220. Birgit Poplar opens the 9th. She can punch for 2-0, so Liz is going to take that lead. But Danielle McEwen, spare after her string, she can punch for 248, which would tie her with Liz Johnson. So Liz Johnson could break the tie with Birgit Poplar and still remain tied at the top of the standings with Danielle McEwen.
What a world.
Where's my pick at?
You have a pick already?
I did. I had one after practice yesterday.
Oh.
Maybe not to win, but to make TV.
Make TV. Okay. Would you like to tell me who it is so I can help you look?
I found her. 248, Dasha Kovalova. Dasha came in town. I think they came straight from Connecticut. I don't know where they would go between Connecticut and here. Maybe a little vacation on the shore. I don't know. But when I came up here Tuesday to practice.
That's when I came here.
Because that's when you came here. When I got here Tuesday to practice for a little bit, she was down there with her mom practicing. And I talked to her a little bit, and she said, yeah, you know, my spare game was not good in Hartford. It just wasn't good. And she went through an issue in Vegas where she lost her thumb sleeves and her shoes. so she's fighting, you know, a new pair of shoes and new thumbs, which can always, you know, pose a problem. And then watching her in the practice session yesterday, once they transitioned a little bit, she was just all over the pocket. Oh no! Did Josie fall?
I think she slipped it up there at the line, yeah.
Okay. And she came back saying, I'm fine, I'm fine. You know, after watching Dasha in practice yesterday, trip 4 for Stephanie. CJ's happy. I had a feeling that she was going to be towards the top of the standings. Impressive by Josie to fall and slap out the half 10 at the same time. Chris, I don't think so. Watching, you know, real time where she was in the approach and then watching on the stream, it did not, the depth did not look like it. She crossed over the foul line. And the foul lines are on, as I found out earlier when I stepped on one. So it would have went off.
Steph looking for that double here.
Trip to 4 on the first one. Roll, hit, carry. Boom.
And I think that last shot on lane 40, you mentioned, had a little bit more loft. I think that might have just hung up a little bit based off of those last 2 shots. So these last 2 were pretty good. First one ran just a touch high, but that one was as money as it gets.
Yeah, Chris, you are right. She did foul. Okay. Look up CDF on the board.
That doesn't stand for Farish?
No.
Oh.
If it did, it'd be Farish 8. Farish ate a chicken quesadilla for lunch today.
Yes.
As long as I'm laughing, there's somebody laughing.
These are the joyous times.
All right, CJ, Stephanie caught the double you were hoping for. Maybe a ball change in the fill. Yes, ball change in the fill.
Nice little 248. She'll be a plus 112. With 2 to go left here. Round 1 of qualifying. Pepsi PWBA Louisville Open from Executive Strike and Spare. From the happiest place on earth, according to Daniel Farish.
Whoa, I never said the happiest place on earth.
Oh.
I've left this building feeling very unhappy.
I just meant the city.
The city? Oh, yeah, the city's great. Love the city. If we could emancipate ourselves from the state and just be Louisville, I'd be thrilled.
You're rough on the state, man.
Well, see, the rest of the state outside of Louisville is a bunch of University of Kentucky fans. I don't need that kind of negativity in my life.
Looks like we're pretty universal across the board here of folks finishing up.
I mentioned that last game. I said one of the great things about a smaller field like this is they all tend to get done around the same time. Although that wasn't necessarily the case in Hartford. We had some pairs that were 2-3 frames behind. Here, everybody's pretty much on pace to be together.
Liz Culkin having a big game here, going to be in the 250s, 1 pair to our right on 43 and 44. So she's going to get into the plus 110 category, give or take a few pins here and there. All right. We'll let everyone know it's Game 7 on our other channels.
Go do that.
I'll be back.
We'll see you in a few minutes. Well, as Verity Crawley finishes up a nice 219 game, it's safe to say now that we are into our second week of the elite events after a small summer break that the Professional Women's Bowling Association 2019 season is back in full swing. Watch all of your favorite PWBA stars all season long as they compete for their spot in the 2019 PWBA Tour Championship right here on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. That Tour Championship will take place in Richmond, Virginia from Richmond Raceway, mixing my two loves and absolute passions, bowling and racing. I just got the word today that I knew I was going to be in Orlando next week, but I found out that I will for sure be in Raleigh for the Players' Championship, be there all week. I don't know if Emil's going to be back by then, but I know I will be there, so I'm really looking forward to that. And then who knows about the Tour Championship. Well, Roderick, when Josie came back after that slip, she was, very adamant, telling people, I'm okay, I'm fine. It just, she kind of caught herself, fell down to her right knee. So she said she was okay. But yeah, if I was Kyle, my heart might have leapt up into my throat for just a hot second. Following that nice 256, Shannon O'Keefe shoots 230 plus that game. As we talked about, the screens change pretty quick in here, so as soon as she shot her single pin spare, I didn't get up to see what the final number was, but I know she was in the 230s. Oh, no, excuse me, 213. 213 that game following her 256 to get her to plus 107. Hosan, what are you doing here? It's like 2:30 in the morning where you're at. You should be in bed. Well, I guess it's Saturday. Yeah, it's Saturday for you, so. Just to touch on what you all are talking about in the chat real quick, I prefer to have the ladies in my life, whether they are friends, the girlfriend, or, yes, even at 33, my mother, I prefer to have them tell me what to do. It means that I can't get in trouble for what I do. Now that Aaron has stepped away for a little bit to take care of some graphics stuff on the feeds, I'd like to welcome in as he gets the headset put on. I'd like to welcome in, and I'm proud to say this, Louisville resident and PBA champion Matt Oldwood of the booth. Matt, how are you doing this afternoon?
Oh, pretty good, buddy. Thanks for asking me. Have me in the booth here.
You got it, man. So, as a manufacturer representative watching these players, what are you seeing out on the lanes in this pattern?
Just a lot of different things. A lot of girls playing different parts of the lane. Seems like they all started left of probably 12, 13. They've migrated in from there. Right now they're getting a little crazy. I feel like the further left they can go with cleaner balls, the better off they're going to be. But there's a lot of different styles, so who knows? Without
giving away too much that you may be talking to some of your players about, what have your suggestions been? Just what you said right there?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to symmetric balls that have a little more pop on the back end. Just get them clean to the front. Fronts are going away, so we're just trying to get a good ball reaction for them.
Yeah, I can say this scoring pace has held up longer than a lot of us thought it would
based on what we saw in practice yesterday and even early on. You know you're going to see big scores on the fresh, but once the mid lane starts to transition, the back ends tighten up, you expect scores to come down, but it appears on this pattern these women have just been chasing it left, finding more hold, and the back ends haven't really tightened up all that much.
No, they haven't. You know, it's a big surprise, and you know, you would think this late in the block that the back ends would be, you know, a lot tighter, especially as far left as they started. But they're not. They seem to be okay so far. Well, we got 1 to go?
2 to go. Game 7 right here.
Yeah, 2 to go. So they'll still be sliding left gutter, I think, by game 8. They won't be over it like the guys would have been over it around game 5. So.
Yeah. You that late?
Yeah.
Well, I've had a lot of people ask me my opinions of this house being a local. What characteristics of this bowling center would you list if people asked you what is Executive Bowl like, or Executive Strike and Spare? What's it like?
Good luck on your carry. Make quick moves. And keep an eye on the racks. Occasionally you'll catch a couple that'll just be out of place, but yeah, I mean, we got new lanes here, what, about 5-6 years ago?
Oh, no, 2.5.
Is it? Was it?
7, yeah, it was January of 17.
Okay, you're right, yeah. So it seems longer than that because the wood made a lot of money for me, wood lanes. But
the wood made a lot of money. Mike Dole was in the chat earlier, and he mentioned that he missed the wood. I said, yeah, Mike Dole's a guy that left here from Derby tournament pretty happy a couple times.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so the new lanes come in. I mean, just carry, I guess, is the main problem here. You know, trying to get the 10s and the corners out. It seems like when you figure out a way to get the corners out, you make good shots and you can leave the 8s or 9s. Yeah, it seems like the scores are still going up. A few girls have cracked them pretty good.
And we do have a score update after 6 games. Liz Johnson maintains her lead and separates herself from the 2 possible ties that she had, Birgit and Danielle. Liz Johnson plus 199, averaging 233.17. Danielle McEwen second at plus 185. Birgit Poplar 178. Dasha Kovalova 176. Kelly Kulik 137. Brianna Cote 127. Maria Jose Rodriguez 121. Stephanie Johnson and Liz Culkin tied in 8th at 112 over. Shannon O'Keefe at 107. Verity Crawley at 100. And your 12th and final transfer position with 10 games left is Clara Guerrero at plus 73, just outside the top 12, but inside the top 20. Diana Zavyolova at plus 66, Jordan Richard plus 65, Tanya Rumapir plus 62, Megan Sapansky plus 60, Sydney Brummett 47 over, Missy Parkin 42, Shannon Pluhowski 28, and in 20th, Josie Barnes at plus 13.
Yeah, we just had 2 of our girls go in. They just bowled 250 back-to-back, so I got them right in the number, which is good. You know, you're starting to see more strings early in the game, later in the block. It's not usually something you usually see with the girls, I don't think.
No, it's not something. You know, I don't know what your thoughts on the pattern might be, but of course we know they're not releasing the pattern until the TV show.
Right.
But just watching, I'm thinking it's somewhere in the low to mid 40s, but a lower volume.
I agree.
And I think once we see the shape, we're going to see like a block down the middle, and that's the hold that they're all chasing left
Absolutely.
to find.
Yeah, they don't seem to be too difficult, but I'm obviously not bowling, so I know how it goes when they don't look hard from back here and you're bowling. It can be a mind changer. Mess with your head a little bit. It's easier to watch than it is to bowl.
It's much easier. it's calmer. It's easier to read ball motion.
Yeah, not near stressful.
Not near stressful. Easier to read the lanes. I agree.
It's crazy how that works. So you can watch everybody bowl while you're bowling. So what's the difference?
The difference is we judge every shot off our hand.
Yeah.
And I was talking about this, I think, in Connecticut last week, that's the issue players have to fight with, is they don't just look at the ball motion without judging the shot, because they can't.
Agree.
And even if the shot is good off their hand, if the ball misbehaves, they look at what they did and go, okay, well, maybe I circled it a little bit, and they're not realizing that it's bad ball motion. Or if they think they made a bad shot and they didn't. before they see the ball motion, they've already said, oh, this is going to be a bad shot.
Agree. Yep. Agree 100% there.
We as bowlers could do things to make it easier on ourselves, and we don't.
No, not even. We don't even try.
No, we don't. We actually try and make it more difficult.
Yeah. It's Erin bowling. She won this last year. She doing okay?
She's in the 20s. Erin McCarthy tied for 26th with Ashley Galante and Summer Jasmine at minus 57.
Ashley just bowled 260 to get to minus 50.
She did.
Yeah. Yeah, so you see that you have big games and you have the 2-0s and the 190s. It's like you can't really get the. There's a few 230s. It's just crazy how scoring works. Every pin matters. I mean, you can't stress that enough as a coach, much less a bowler. And then as a bowler, you don't count it as hard as you do a coach.
Yeah, because in the moment,
it's just you're mad.
Yeah,
upset.
exactly.
I don't need this pin. You add those 100 pins up, and you're in the cut.
So what's your bowling schedule look like in the near future?
I don't have much at all, actually. You know, having the lawn care business, I don't bowl much in the summer. Bowl much in the summer. I have a lot of work to do. I think I'm going to do the U.S. Open in late October, and then talk to the wife about the schedule for next year.
Okay.
Because you have to be gone for about 12 weeks at a time.
Yeah.
And that doesn't go over very well. But she's got to wake up, get the kid ready, get herself ready, take him to school, work, pick him up, fix him dinner. She thinks I'm out partying. And it's really not that. It's not really a party.
I don't know. I've been out with you before.
Bowling, I feel like, is more stressful than work.
Well, we had a segment with Missy and Stephanie yesterday talking to Emil, who just had his new baby boy Tuesday night, and talking to him about some pointers and tips of how to travel with tour while having a child at home. And towards the end of it, they both said, shout out to the bowling dads out there who are at home while the women are out here competing. And
absolutely,
I would say shout out to Stacy and all the bowling moms and wives at home.
Mm-hmm.
While the guys like you were out trying to
partying.
Yeah, trying to party. Yeah.
Yeah, she said that, and I was like, that is not what I do when I'm on tour. It might be at a state tournament, but it's not at a PBA event.
Yeah, state tournament maybe after holiday doubles.
Yeah.
But no, not when there's serious money out there to be made.
Absolutely. I'm going to get off here and help a couple girls.
Yeah, go do your thing.
I
Go do your
everything.
You got it, man.
All right.
A lot of people don't realize, well, most people don't realize that Matt, who did pick up his first PBA championship in the doubles event with Sean Rash, 4 or 5 months ago? About 5 months ago? Matt was a one-handed player until about 18, 19 years old. And I mean, he had a very high backswing, a lot of wrist motion at the bottom. And somewhere at that point in his life, the doctor said, look, I don't know if Matt blew his wrist out or just started having wrist issues. And the doctor said, you're not going to be able to keep this up for very long. And Matt went two-handed. I want to say it was his early 20s. And then at 34, after being on tour for a couple of years, picked up his first title with Sean Rash a couple months ago. And that was one of the PBA's tape-delayed events, and they showed it on a Sunday when we were all down in Danville, Kentucky, bowling a doubles sweeper type event. So we were all huddled around the TVs, obviously knowing the outcome, and it was a pretty neat moment. So while Matt and I are fierce competitors on the lanes, I was very happy to see him because he experienced the dream that any young player has, to win a national title on the PBA or as we have in front of us, the PWBA. One thing to mention about the standings, I mentioned Clara Guerrero in 12th at plus 73. That is not accurately reflected on the ticker at the bottom of the screens up top. Diana Z is in 12th place at plus 96. Sandra Gongora just off to our right on the 4th channel, 43 through 46. Trips out the 4-pin for the front 6. Sandra currently at plus 10. So even if she were to continue this on, maybe miss once, that would put her obviously a lot closer to that cut line, but in a excuse me, much better position than she currently sits at just plus 10. Before I forget, Aaron, would you be interested in going out and practicing with me tonight?
No. The fact that I thought about that long ago is a step in the right direction.
That's good.
It's my shoulder, man. It's my shoulder. But
Oh, I forgot. I keep forgetting.
along with the addition of no bowling balls or
Shoes or
anything else that I need to impart my massive revolutions on a bowling ball.
the mountain of work you have in front of you.
Oh, that stuff too. But no, I'll admit, just watching out here a little bit. It's like, yeah, need to lace up.
You getting the itch a little bit?
Getting the itch, yeah. It's I feel that's the reason why we got into this in the first place. So
We do enjoy this sport.
although the thought of attempting to strike playing 6-0 sounds incredibly challenging right now. But
I would just take a lot of surface and move out to the gutter because I don't use 6-0. If my ball's ever crossing 6-0 first or second ball, something is wrong. I don't cross 6-0. Two-handed I can cross 6-0, but then I don't know where it's going on, at the bottom, so.
if there's one thing I know, it's that Daniel enjoys
Oh!
playing the outside portion of the lane. Even so much so that in Las Vegas at the Senior Masters, he was so intrigued to try out his theory on the double burn at that event. Tried a few different things and ended up playing right up the first arrow. And Liz Culkin going 280 this game.
That's
Two
big.
frames.
Tanya going 278 as well, just above Liz.
That was with a pocket 5-7, by the way.
Is that what that?
That's what that was.
Okay, I
yep.
saw her make the 5-7. You're right. Wow. Okay then. Well,
As Kongora steps up, looking for 7 in a row now.
come on, ball.
That was
Half 7. Oh no, she struck.
the squasher.
Yeah, I thought from the way the 10 fell over and then her reaction, I thought, oh, that was a flat 7. But no, it got out. All right.
But yes, Daniel, much like many of our other eventual players who fall weary of the consecutive strike camera. What'd you have that game? 8 in a row? 9 in a row?
Front 8.
Front 8. Then I walked out there and watched you ring a 10 or something like that.
Yeah, I think so.
Then you like tripped a 2-pin or 4-pin.
And the 10th frame you actually videoed, I struck 2 of them, but they were, the motion was beautiful for like 7 frames. And then you come out and it just goes away.
Sorry, bro. The important part, though, is you figured out the double burn.
I did. Just stay away from the burn. What do you do if the house is on fire? You go outside. That's what I did. I just moved outside.
Daniel's Fix-It Theory 101.
Talking to Matt, he kind of echoed some of the things that we saw. He said if they keep up like this, you know, towards the end of game 8, they could be sliding into the left gutter, sliding into the gutter cap. Maybe not so much lofting the cap, but certainly, or lofting the gutter, but certainly laying the ball down pretty close to that between boards 35 and 39. Even some of the more speed-dominant players out here between Dasha and Liz Johnson, they are further left, so you know that track area is gone if they are playing them, at least with their breakpoint and their trajectory at the arrows that far left.
Liz having some struggles this game. One pair to our left at the moment. Looking at a 4-6 in frame number 7. Assuming she gets the 1, she'll be at 111. Sandra getting ready to step up for her 8th frame momentarily. Culkin even farther down, up on the approach, looking to keep it going to start the 9th frame.
Oh, way left off her hand. Gets out of it though, just a 3-pin. Sandra in the 8th. Good shot, slaps out the half 10.
Steph getting that ball to read in the right portion of the lane, set up and kick out a 10 as well. 7 out of 8. Making a nice little run here in game 6 and 7.
Plus 112 after game 6, Stephanie was, or is. Tanya gets the first strike in the 10th, looking to get the 1 in the 11th to be in the 250s. Liz converted that 3-pin, so she has a shot at 259. Against Sandra on the front 8. Stephanie, 7 out of 8 right here in front of us. And Taylor Boltice can get in the 250s down the way far end, on the down left of us. Missy Parkin can get in the 250s.
And watching the scoring pace from this first block, I think it's going to be something players are going to be talking about. They're going to be looking back at is, did you get that 250, 260 when you had that look? Obviously, we've seen some games, you know, Maria was all over the pocket here on 39 and 40 and just couldn't get carried to cooperate. She got to 180 as it's making 9 for Gongora. You might have to
run down. There he is.
He didn't think anyone didn't see him there, but we saw him trip.
Oh, we definitely saw him trip.
But all right, so usually we go Instagram Live on the PWBA channel for these moments. So
get down there. Go.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, go. You have the login. I don't. I haven't been entrusted with that power yet. Although I do have the Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page pulled up as one of my admin pages, so I could do that. No, I'm not going to do that. I enjoy the position I have here with the USBC and the PWBA. Don't want to put that in jeopardy for any reason. I'm not sure how many pins Valerie Bercier left on the deck after that strike in the 9th. I think at least half of them, but they all fell down. They were all laying down, which really is the important part of throwing a strike. You want all the pins to be knocked over. It might even be, dare I say, the most important part of a strike. Shannon O'Keefe 8 frames into Game 7, still looking for her first strike here on 39 and 40. Megan Zupansky had been in the cut all day. Very consistent scores, 240, 210, 210, 210, 220 before shooting 159 last game. She just throws a great shot in the 11th to double the 10th. Her max score 171. So back-to-back troubling games for Zupansky. Somebody I was hoping was going to make a run. Having watched her bowl for a couple of years here at nearby Bellarmine University, just about 10 minutes up the Waterston Expressway from where we are at Executive Strike and Spare right now. So hoping that she can get everything back on track and finish out the day solid in Game 8 and prepare for 8 more games tonight starting at 5 p.m. right here on Bowl TV. All right, Sandra on the front 9 will be stepping up on the right side of your screen on lane 43 momentarily. Her stance, the approach, and the release. Oh, plaque 10. She was plus 10 coming into this game, so if you assume the spare and the strike, that'll put her at plus 89, which would be, coming into this game, that would have put her 13th, but certainly right there near that cut line If she can put together a great 8th game and get out of here just inside the cut or just outside the cut, right on that number, I think she'd be pretty happy. Kelly Kulik in front of the ball return here in the 9th frame. At some point you get so far left that you can't get any further left. Next to the ball return, she gets in front of it and carries the half pocket. Anyone who doesn't understand how difficult it is to change your approach that drastically on conditions like these, in an environment like this, and still strike, I urge you, the best way you can duplicate is next time you're on the front 6 or front 7, just move in front of the ball return. Granted, the lane conditions would have to be appropriate, and they probably wouldn't be. Sandra runs Runaway Brooklyn for a strike in the field ball. 279 gets to plus 89. Or next time you're in a tournament on a longer pattern and you've moved in, just move in front of the ball return on a fill shot. Try a 3-step approach. I'm telling you, it is incredibly difficult. Looks like Shannon O'Keefe's 5-game run of games over 200 will come to an end. This game, a split in the 1st, a split in the 9th, chopped a spare in the 7th. At best, she will be in the 170s. Michelle, Tabitha, I'm kind of with you all. Right now I've got a dog who decides to wake us up at 3 in the morning because he needs to go out to go to the bathroom. And like half the time he does, the other half he just wants to go outside. And we have a 6-month-old, 5-month-old kitten who thinks that 5 a.m. is playtime. So we're not getting too much sleep right now. Add in the fact that as being the dutiful boyfriend I am restricted to my 1/5 section of the bed, as the girlfriend gets the other 80%. I don't get a lot of sleep right now. No, Hassan. Liz shot 202. She's at plus 201 after throwing the back 5 and 6 of the last 7 to get to a 202. Lots of 2s in that sentence score. Shannon O'Keefe just cannot buy a hit this game. One more opportunity to throw a strike. Max score is 153. At this point, if you're Shannon, you know you have one game left to try and make the best that you can on whatever this pattern has broken down into. And then during the break, you got to find a way. Shannon's goal is going to be find a way to hit the dead fresh, and then find a way to hit essentially, I guess, the burn. Because in the middle of the block, Shannon goes 235, 225, 206, 256, 213 for games 2 through 6. Game 1 was a 172, and Game 7 will be in the 150s. Kelly waving off that 8-pin that I think it wanted to stand. She said, no, no, no. Just like Dikembe Mutombo. No, 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 no. Michelle providing us with our second McDonald's reference of the day. I'm loving it. McDonald's and Dikembe Mutombo in the same segment. How about that? As Aaron just jumps back in and has no clue what's going on.
To be fair, that's how it usually is anyway, but more so this time than normal.
Kelly struck her first shot in the 10th, and the 8-pin looked like the 8-pin kind of spun off the back of the deck, and it visually it looked like it was going to stand, but it probably had no chance of standing. And she kind of turned around half shot, like as the ball was going through the pocket, and stopped and watched the 8 spin off, and she just gave it the Dikembe Mutombo finger wag.
That is a boss move right there.
Yes,
so,
it is.
Big fan. Just about, yeah. With that, we're all moving into Game 8.
Looks like in front of us we're going to have some last names, the abbreviations that are very easy to figure out. Dasha Kovalova, Diana Zavyalova, Christine Gill, and Caroline LaGrange.
It is a little different, I agree. We had the same type of scoring system last week that, yeah, every once in a while you're so used to seeing first names first, and then you're like, wait a second. It's like Brianna Cote, Shannon Pluhowski, Cindy Brummett, and Missy Parkin. Going to be on 39 and 40.
Brummett and Parkin both at plus 94. Cote plus 129. Pluhowski plus 9. Gill minus 45. LaGrange minus 89. Kovalova plus 181. And Zavyalova 113. Birgit Poplar closed the gap between herself and Liz Johnson. That game, Birgit's up to plus 200. Liz Johnson at 201. We are waiting for the scores to update on both the ticker and online. I'm just reading what I see on some of the recaps as the scores do follow the bowlers, and the scores are cumulative throughout the game.
McCune was at plus 222.
Was she?
Yeah. Oh,
That
that's
means
what it says up there.
Well, she shot 237 last game then. Holy freemoles.
She already has 10 pins for her spare in the frame. Number 1, Daniel, I believe we owe the people
We do.
some trivia results.
The question was, oh, Ashley Galante, a pocket 7, 8, 10. That stopped me mid-sentence. The question, who won the first ever PWBA event here in Louisville? It was the PWBA Lady Ebonite Classic here at Executive Strike and Spare. Was it Winnie McPherson, Michelle Feldman, Liz Johnson, or CDB Carolyn Doran Ballard? I know who it was. We will wait on the trivia results to pop up on the screen and show how many of you were listening, how many of you had your audio turned up, or how many of you are just trivia czars about Louisville bowling. 50% of you got it correct. Michelle Feldman not only won in 1998, but in 2000 and 2002. as twice Ashley Galante in the same frame has almost stopped me mid-sentence, shooting the 7-8-10. Gave the 8-10 a run. Ball hit the 7-8, and the 8 gave the 10 a run and just went right behind it. That's pretty close.
Looks like we do have scores scrolling across the bottom of the screens as well.
Not online yet.
Here's Diana at plus 113, the cut for the top 12 at the moment. She's also right there in front of us. And Danielle McHugh, D-Mac, 16-22 leading the way. Appears your other tallies were correct. Mr. Fair, 1601. Liz Johnson, Birgit at 1600 even. Dasha in fourth, plus 181. Liz Culkin moving up a few strong games here, now at plus 170. Stephanie Johnson, plus 164. Kelly Kulik, now at plus 138. Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 129. I really don't have to read these. These are on our screens right now.
Well, they are until the
Brianna Cote,
frames go up.
also at plus 129. Verity Crawley, plus 128. Tanya Ramanpur, 117, and then, as we mentioned, Diana Z at plus 113. Your top 12. Did get to see Diana and Verdi in the game room yesterday, playing air hockey. Very hard sport to cover.
Yeah, you were trying to film that.
I was, and I was trying to do it in the IG model that where you try to get the whole screen so you hold it vertically instead of horizontally, and that was borderline impossible to get.
Yeah, that's out of. I was wondering why you were filming it that way.
That was the main reason I went for that. I figure it was more of a.
Does IG only let you film?
Well, no, you can go
portrait?
both. You can
Or
you can film either way,
yeah,
but it fills up the whole screen if you do it
I got you.
vertically
Okay.
versus horizontally. So that's why if you see me doing that, that's the main reason why it's something for IG story, basically. Because big thanks to Diana for taking over the PWBA Instagram story yesterday. So her and Verdi sharing in their not so fun travel woes.
Yeah, if, you know, big thanks to them for making what was a 12-hour drive.
Pretty much, yeah.
I didn't see all the details. What happened there?
They were actually, after the stop in East Hartford, they went to New Jersey for a trade show as part of EBI. So they were there for a few days and then scheduled to fly out, what was that, no, Wednesday evening. And then they had one cancellation. And then the next flight they were on was canceled. And then it just turned into one of those things where all of a sudden you start doing the math and trying to figure it out, and they're like, we're not going to get in until after practice has started.
Which, in a format where the pattern's not released, that is not something that can happen to a player.
And, you know, you start to look at it, and you got the rental car already, so you're like, well, or have to get a rental car, but like, okay, 11 hours, let's do this. So I believe they left fairly late in the process, too, so just because they're hoping to catch a flight.
And what city were they still in?
Somewhere in New Jersey.
Okay, all right. Whoa.
And so, yeah, it was about 11, 12 hours, and I think according to the story that they did for PWBA, it was they got in around 6 a.m. on practice day. Took got to the hotel, got a room, able to get a little bit of rest before it was time to get out of there, 7-9.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see. No 7-9 there.
her facial expressions coming back are great. Just as a sign of the cross, thank you. Say your prayers. Go to church on Sunday.
Ironically, I do that right before I send every press release out. So.
Oh.
But regardless. But yeah, that was essentially their travel day, trying to get here to get ready for practice session. So that's as a taxing event. I've done those long drives, and I know when you get to the end of it, all you want to do is just crash out for about the next 12 days after that. So to have a pretty short turnaround to be ready for practice. And
yeah.
They both bowled the pros last night as well.
They bowled the Pro-Am, yeah.
So they were staying busy. So hopefully got a good night's rest, refreshed, ready for this 16-game day, and both of them were in the top 12 to start competition here. So
Diana's scores online have been changed. It looks like third game she shot 228, but the scorekeepers or the score inputters had put in 198. So everything online is up to date now. She is the cut listed, plus 113. Aaron ran those down as they rolled on the ticker. We'll give you who's just outside the cut, but inside the top 20. Again, Diana 12th at plus 113. That's your number. Missy Parkin, plus 94, tied with Sydney Brummett. 15th, Sandra Gongora, after that nice 279, up to plus 89. Clara, plus 77 in 16th. Shannon O'Keefe's 149 drops her to plus 56. Jordan Richard, plus 45. Megan Zapansky, plus 30. And in 20th, after a nice 248 game, Taylor Bultice at plus 16. And those are your only bowlers that are plus. Everyone outside of the top 20 is minus.
Does include our defending PWBA Louisville champion Aaron McCarthy in 27th place at minus 64. And both of our players kind of in the mix right now for Rookie of the Year. Julia Bond and Valerie Bercier also out of the top 12 at the moment and in the minus at the moment. So
Julia in 24th and Valerie down in 31st. So Julia, while you said both outside the cut, does hold the lead in Valerie in the tournament and reflecting the Rookie of the Year standings.
See Sydney Brummett up here looking to stay clean. He's got that no tap 300 game going at the moment, but she would like real strikes instead. But chatting with her for a brief second yesterday, she said she made some changes to her grip prior to this week. So it's one of those things where I think she said a few of her coaches said, you know, wait till the off season. Sid's like, nah, I'm not going to wait for that. Let's go. Let's get this. So she made it sound like everything was feeling pretty good through the kind of the preliminary run here, and as we mentioned, just outside the cut line at the moment, averaging better than 213 so far.
And that's not something that I mess around with too much. As my grip, is my span, my pitches and everything. Once I settle on something that feels good, I stick with it. Now, as we all know, as we get older, hands get a little stiffer, or if you're just injuries to your hand or whatnot, we will, make small tweaks. But I do know a lot of players on tour, and a lot of my friends who are kind of the same level that I am are constantly making tweaks to their spans, and that's not something I've ever understood. Your hand arguably is the most important part of your body when it comes to bowling, because it's the only thing that's in direct contact with the ball. Your thumb goes through a lot of wear and tear, your hand, your wrist, your fingers. So once you find something that fits your hand comfortably, I don't know why you wouldn't just stick with that. And I'm not saying that was the case with Sydney. If she wants to make some changes, the player needs to make changes. But people are constantly making pitch changes. I don't know. It's just not something I understand. Willing to learn, though.
So is that why Bessie has plug? Or did Bessie crack along the way?
Bessie's fingers have cracked out more than a few times.
Gotcha. Bessie, of course, is Daniel's cow spare ball. 16 years?
She'll be 16 on September 16th.
How about that? Golden birthday coming.
We mentioned Valerie Bercier. She's got a nice little 290 going through 6 frames, down on 31 and 32. Boy, Shannon knew almost off her hand. I mean, she turned around, that ball was halfway down the lane. That wasn't what she wanted.
That was something you talked about a little bit yesterday, too, when we were here. Was, I believe she was +9 coming in. Oh, just -9, okay. Is that essentially you don't want to be half pocket here. Essentially, you want the ball reading a little bit earlier, checking up. You know, you'd rather have the trip 4 look than trying to slap out 10s.
Yes,
and
very much so.
So I think that's a ball motion, unfortunately, we've all become familiar with over the course of the years. Kind of know you're like, close, but gonna have to get lucky on this one, and then plaque a 10 or a 7 in this case.
Well, there's quite a few people that are looking to get lucky in the chat right now.
Wow.
As the cannon has been unleashed for the first giveaway of the day.
Let's go.
I'm going to say it and you're going to know it. Watch for the prompt on your screen. Click submit entry. That's all you got to do. It's not a 1 in 4 shot like the trivia. Okay. There's only one way to win the giveaway. That's click submit entry button.
Gotta click the button.
The prize. That's a good question. We always want to know what the prize. The prize is a signed 2019 PWBA season program signed by none other than Maria Jose Rodriguez, Jordan Richard, and Shannon O'Keefe.
Those are also the 3 players represented on the cover. Hashtag team program book.
Yeah, there you go.
We had an instance, I believe, last week where they were the top 3 in the standings. So that was the ongoing joke between us was we got the program book leading the way. Of course, Jordan, the Rookie of the Year, Shannon, the Player of the Year, and Maria, the Tour Championship winner.
All right, here we go. Go ahead, click that button. Submit your entry, ladies and gentlemen. Russ, hello from the UK. Yes, sir, in the 8th game, you are correct. See, in the UK, it's about, what, 8:17 there, I would say? Oh, that ball just thought it read the spot perfectly. Good shot by Missy Parkin right there.
See if Dasha can keep it going for 5 in a row here in frame number 7, far right of your screen. That one did not catch the fortunate hit. Daniel's looking at me like I did something. Sorry, Daniel.
Congratulations, Steve. Steve is our giveaway winner this afternoon.
Let's go, Steve.
A signed 2019 PWBA season program by our reigning Rookie of the Year, Jordan Richard, Player of the Year, Shannon O'Keefe, and Tour Champion, Maria Jose Rodriguez. Do not sail past that 9-pin. Oof. That's one thing we've seen a lot of. I don't know if you've noticed it, Aaron, or not today. And the one thing, more than watching the strike balls, that leads me to believe this is a longer pattern, and especially in the middle part of the lane, is these spare balls. I've seen a lot of players miss 7 pins to the right. I've seen them miss, right side spares to the right because their spare ball's not getting into a roll in the middle part of the lane. And I know some people think, oh, it's a plastic ball, it just slides. No, your spare ball, it needs to roll. If you're shooting a bucket, a 2-4-5-8, you don't want to just throw it at that spare, because if the ball does not get into a roll, it's not going to roll through the pins. It's going to hit the 2-4 or the 2-5 and deflect and leave that 8 pin. On 3 6s, 6 10s, 4 7s, you need to roll the ball. Well, it's equally as important on a single pin, because if you do not roll the ball, it is literally going to go wherever your hand throws it. So if you get it a little right or get it a little left and it doesn't get into a roll and start to pick up the pattern, then you're going to miss it. And I've seen a lot of 7 pins missed to the right today.
You can't tell us how to shoot spares.
I can.
I'll miss them how I want.
And no one's going to tell me any different, right?
That's right. But no, I've noticed as well on a few shots where all of a sudden it looks to line. Unfortunately, we get another 9 pin to see here as Brianna can't get all the back row out there. And I've noticed 1 or 2 here on our featured pairs where all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait a second, you're gonna stop doing that, right? You're gonna do something, move.
And
please.
it doesn't. It just doesn't. Uh-oh, Brant just hinted at another power hour.
Oh, this is big time now. We've added enhancements.
Well, I know you weren't on air with Ian and I last week. Did you know that he did that last week?
Oh yeah, he
okay.
was. We were in the.
Out in that really hot bar area.
Yes.
That's right.
So that's when it formed. The idea, the moment, the epiphany, if you will, actually, the culmination of all things Brant happened in that few moments. But we have enhancements to it.
So instead of a performance-enhancing drug, we have a prize-enhancing giveaway.
Yes. Not so much for the prize itself. The prize is going to remain the same prize, but the way of getting the prize and the way of being alerted to it is going to be much more dramatic now. So that's what's in store here. 5 p.m. Eastern. Moving ahead. I'm not sure when in the block said power hour is going to take place.
I will say last week he did it early, if I remember right. It was like game 1 or game 2.
Well, we're going to look at him in like 20 seconds because he's going to be looking at us right now. He's going to be so excited because I don't think he's going to wait. I think it's going to be early in the block because he is just going to be eagerly.
He took his headphone out.
Oh.
Boo.
How disappointing.
Oh, well.
Oh, wait, maybe we'll catch the end of it. No.
Come
no.
on. Oh.
Brant.
Breaking our hearts.
Oh, wait. Oh. No, I see he's going to catch it like mid-conversation now. I saw him go to the headphones, but. Oh, well. That's part of our enjoyment here is Brant's reactions from across the center.
Christine Gill's enjoyment is throwing a strike in the 9th, caving in. A couple back row pins, 5 in a row. Chance to get into the 230s right here. Roderick bowling at 5 here in Vegas, like 5 your time would be 8 our time. Oh, Dasha. Back-to-back splits on lane 42. Mark in the chat said Hassan hasn't won because we don't want to ship it to him. Yeah, tell him you live in Texas. No, I don't think the zip codes work that way with where Hassan is talking to us from. 2:23 in the morning. Out in the far east. bet you lunch that Dasha picks this up.
Wow. You've already ate lunch, though. You're going to go let the dogs out.
You owe me lunch tomorrow. Boom.
I don't
I told you.
remember agreeing to this bet, Daniel. That's
Thank
not
you,
how
Dasha.
this works. That's not how this works. You already ate lunch today.
You're acting like I can't have a second lunch. What a jerk.
I'm not buying you lunch tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Good try, though.
Oh, no.
You almost willed it into existence.
I tried. Now take a look up and down the house. Looks like 31 and 32 in the 10th frame, done with the 10th frame, most of them.
It looks like Danielle McEwen in position to potentially lead for our opening block. It's going to be pretty close here. We got a few folks kind of all around the same number as we have the scores continuing to accumulate throughout the course of the block. Now we're looking for those 1700s, approaching 1800s now, and you know, Dash is going to be right there. Liz Johnson, one pair to our right. We have Birgit and Danielle, one pair to our left on 37 and 38. Danielle working on a strike, though. She can hold a slight advantage ahead of Liz, who's now up in her 9th. Tossing some strikes, as we knew she would.
A good bounce back game for Megan Zapansky after a back-to-back 159-170. I mentioned I wanted to see some good things out of her. Had no doubt that I would. And she's finishing strong, can double the 10th to get into the 2 teens. A clean game. So a good way to finish an 8-game block. Get out of here on a positive note. Head into the lunch break. That's what a lot of these players are going to do, towards the top 15 in standings. Is go, okay, I've through 8 games, I'm okay. I might not be thrilled, or on the flip side, I might not be disappointed with my performance, but they're in a place where they can look at where some of the small mistakes were made and try and correct them for this next 8-game block. As always, excited to see how the players attack tonight and how it's different from where they started today. And I'm afraid that if they do what we've seen a lot of players do and start deeper tonight than they did this morning. Oh no! Christine Gill misses a 10-pin and a 10th for 215. But if they do what we've seen and start further left tonight than they did this morning, who knows where they could be come 9 p.m. tonight and how deep they're going to be on the lane. Dasha, even with her ball speed, is just left of 4th arrow. 225 to get to plus 206, a good finish for her. Liz Johnson is going to stay above the 200 number as well. Danielle McEwen with a little work to do to stay above 200 over. Right now she's pacing in the low 200s as far as the game, which would keep her above 200 plus. But any lost counter opens. And as soon as I say that, Danielle's 6-7 10s. So the top of the standings will shift a little bit, but plenty of bowling left to be had.
With that split from Danielle, it does look like we're getting closer to Liz Johnson leading the way here. Weird thing that that we haven't said to this juncture in any PWBA Tour season since the relaunch is that Liz is still looking for her first title of the year.
So by this point of the year, she'd won her title each year?
She had,
Okay.
had accumulated a title last year. She actually had won the Lucy with E.J. Tackett
That's right.
for her first title of the season, and then came back, won the 3rd elite event of the year for her first individual title. But obviously Lucy still counts as a PWBA title if you are a member that season. So
Right.
so that added to number 24. So technically it was number 23, but added to her total of 24 PWBA Tour titles in search of number 25. And yep, looks like outside of a rough final frame.
Oh, slap out the 10, Sydney Brummett. Good shot. Liz just to the right of our screen. Ball through the pins now. Plaque 10. She'll be in the 220s. I think for the most part of the field, this pattern has turned into a hang on for dear life kind of thing.
Hang on for dear life.
It hit its crescendo in games 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5. Scores were pretty high. Started pretty high and stayed at that level. And this last game and a half, 2 games, has been okay. If I try to exploit it, I'm probably going to pay a huge penalty if I miss a little bit. So let's not shoot 160 trying to shoot 250.
So you're saying the time to get your pins is early in the block.
It was this morning. The time to get your pins was games, really games 1 through 5. But the last 2 scores have certainly come down. Not, I would say, exponentially, but the pace has slowed a little bit. And it was very easy to shoot 160 if you were trying to, throw 10 strikes in a game. So you wanted to go into this last game really and go, okay, hit the pocket every shot. Just hit but don't try and knock down 11. Hit the pocket every shot. I know I'm not going to shoot 300. No one can assume that on conditions this tough.
Well, not with that attitude.
Well, that's the attitude I'm going to take. Do I want to shoot 300 every game? Yeah. But you know what? If I hit the pocket every shot, my chances increase. 225 plus 226 for Liz Johnson, presumably, allegedly, assumedly, probably our tournament leader after 8 games.
It's a lot of Lees. All right, folks, so I'm going to let Daniel do his thing and wrap up the block. I'm going to double check, make sure Liz is the number. We believe so. Do a quick interview with her, but in between the break, some things to look forward to on BowlTV.com. On the road. And Bowl TV Central Podcast is going to be coming, get posted here shortly. Of course, a video recap with our round 1 leader. So be on the lookout for hints to those in social media as well. But Daniel, thank you for letting me party with you for a little bit here.
You got it, bro. Go do your thing, and we will, I'm sure, talk to you at some point in the next block. Shannon Pluhowski and Missy Parkin wrap up the final 2 frames here on our featured pairs. We are excited to see how tonight plays out, that's for sure. The crowd seems to be heavy on support for 3 players throughout this morning. Missy Parkin, of course, Shannon O'Keefe, one of the more popular, outgoing members of the tour. Very big on social media. And then the closest local I would say we have is Sydney Brummett from nearby Fort Wayne, Indiana. Missy shooting a 5.7 that really should have been a bucket, or 2.457. Just the 2 and 4 got rolled out. She'll finish her game at 2.44. Nice finish for Missy Parkin. And that will do us. That will do it for us here on Bowl TV. Come back at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the second 8-game block here at Executive Strike and Spare. As soon as the scores are verified, we will have, I'm sure, some announcements on social media as to who's our leader, what the standings are after 8 games. But again, that'll do it for the first 8-game block here at the 2019 Pepsi PWBA Louisville Open from Executive Strike and Spare in Louisville for Kentucky. For Daniel Farish, the staff and management here at Executive Strike and Spare, Jason Hutchwall, General Manager, and everyone at Bowl TV, thank you for tuning in. We will see you this afternoon. This has been Bowl TV. Bowling lives here.